welcome to session at number 10 of our run through Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. This is a playthrough on Hero difficulty. It's our first play through the game despite having steadily dragged us over the past 2 months or so. We started this at the end of November, but we've been significantly sidetracked since, so my progress through it has been a little more plodding than is typical for a game of this style, where we usually love to just blow through these quickly right away. We're about 73% of the way in at this point, after about 40 hours of play without fast travel. And let's take a look here. We most recently unlocked the power that allows me to teleport to my own chakram, which suddenly gives us a massive range of movement options that we have only begun to exploit. And currently, in terms of the main quest, we are looking for the 2 remaining constellations that we need to poke with an arrow. One is clearly going to be over here past the frozen ocean, and we can rather easily make it up there now. We could have made it there just with a double jump, in fact, and we now know how to use the chakram to get into this room. That was a total mystery to me earlier on, as well as some other places that I'm sure we would like to check. For the time being, though, let's see, this one is also, I think, readily accessible, although it will depend on whether we have any issues with the fact that we currently lack the grapple, which I think was one of the limiting factors here. And that, see, you have these triangles with eyes in them that are very obvious grapple points. Clearly, one of the constellations is going to unlock the grapple for us at some point as the next major movement option. And so we should probably figure that out relatively soon. The only question is whether we choose to do that first or head down here first. We need the grapple as kind of a precondition to going here, so I wonder if there is a bit of a linear order to some of these, because the grapple is required to pull down the lock. This is a sort of presumed grapple and implied grapple, as I have been saying. And let's see. Yeah, because we couldn't really do much past here. I don't remember if we could do much going up top in this location, although maybe we could go back and try, since I hadn't really poked around with it. But if that proves to be a dead end, and of course this would still be a dead end, then naturally the next place to go would be down here, with the ability to continue forward towards this, through the ship and all that. And in the meantime, we will of course just traverse through the map slowly and unlock whatever else we are able to find in order to get some full completion. So, we find ourselves here, and I think I'd just done a round of upgrades, but maybe I should check, because I don't think I necessarily had stopped in a shop. Which one was the shop and which one was the challenges? This is the shop, I think. We're sitting on a pretty pile of cash at the moment.
Welcome. Do you wish?
And we have some more upgrades that are available, but none of them really applying to the amulets that we're wearing right now. We'll eventually want to stack up a full collection, more or less, I think, but for now I'm saving the budget mostly for the items that we are actively using, which at this point I think we've pretty much fully upgraded to the extent that we can. Yeah, +2 on a lot of these. Some of them don't have upgrades, of course. And some of them are pretty budget heavy. We're not doing the treasure scanning, but we may eventually have to in order to mop up the last few corners of the map if it's not obvious where they should go. I'm just checking that, yeah, we've got a pretty decent setup here. Eventually we can take this off because we're pretty good on cash at this point, probably, if we are pretty confident that we can afford level 2 upgrades on every amulet after that. But for now, of course, the earlier you plug this in, the more gains you will get. And yeah, we're mainly building around a lot of self-sustain, which I think has been pretty good on the occasions that we've been drawing out some boss fights. And I believe we have one more of the Lost Warriors to find at some point, which we'll have to do. Now, the architect here, these are the numbered secrets. We are about halfway through them, I think, at this point. And, oh, that actually does tell you the reward for that. It is a full heart piece equivalent, the Soma petals, as it were. And Divine Trials. To progress in the adventure. Yeah, this was right for some of the solo trials that we were doing. We did those in one of our earliest streams, but backed out of the combat one after we found that we couldn't quite get through it at the time. So, with that out of the way... Okay, we've got 3 Prophecy Urns to plug in, so we need 1 more to make up 5 for... Where was it? Where are my quests? Here they are. This one here, that's going to be another petal and some crystals. Yeah, not really that urgent, necessarily. But... not much shopping to be done here for the moment, then. I mean, we'll definitely, as we progress, I think, have more to unlock from all the respective shops, so nothing at the moment. And we will proceed. So, with that out of the way, I feel like I must have checked this spot last time with a chakra man. I don't even remember why we couldn't progress past there. Because it seems like a natural place to just chuck the thing upwards and see where we go. So I think we'll do it. Let's go back and we'll see what else we can poke in the meantime. Because it's possible that we get the implicit grapple in that zone. I've been playing the whole game without fast travel, as we typically like to do. We're not exactly playing for speed here, but I am trying to complete as much as I can. And occasionally that means that when we retrace, we do pop some secrets that we hadn't encountered previously. Especially knowing now that this game actually is occasionally a little reliant on invisible walls for some of the secret hiding. And so, let's get some of this movement back in the fingers. I don't remember what was on the left side here. Oh, that was, well, rather big hit was on the left side here. Because, is this just a dead end? Yeah. I'm always suspicious about these now because, again, this game does have some invisible walls going on from time to time. You know what, we can just sail over these. That's what we were doing already last time, and we, of course, don't need to worry too much about environmental damage, as we do have a self-heal over time. So, we don't get steadily chipped away at by the obstacles. And, okay, so this side is kind of blocked by the grapple point. Let's just keep going up and up. This was the bit with the big diagonal lift. I think you can just scale the wall. And that's likely something we'll consider doing, if I can remember where everything is. I feel like I must have checked that opening that was at the top, but we will get back there and see. So, up this way. Oh, let's get our blocking back in action here. Just relearning how to play after too many days off. It's going pretty smoothly now with all the weapon upgrades we have, though. And particularly our expanded range of traversal powers. Must be a fun one to speedrun, not that we're doing it, but you know, in terms of the theory behind it, I think it's likely to be quite exhilarating, especially because you do eventually find that the traversal powers give you so many shortcuts, as is typical of the Metroid and Metroid adjacent style. So we do, in fact, need to pour through here, or... Okay, I was about to just try to toss a chakram through that, but no, we don't need to do that. We'll just jump through, and then we'll go up the wall on the right side. If we can, I believe we can. Actually, well, yeah, no, we don't have anywhere to cling onto there for the shock room, so we do in fact need to take the lift, I believe, all the way up. I guess there was a faster way to do this, but we'll just skip some of these guys. Don't really need to cache. And of course, we'll have to keep our eye out for more secrets as they come. But for the moment, we'll have a pretty smooth ride back upstairs, I think. Well, maybe not. Not here, we don't. Oh, and here's the lift. Yeah, so we go around and up the left side. Well, doing things this way had better pay off, because otherwise we're here for a lot of nothing. This is a warp point, and we'll head up. Okay, let's go. And we'll make our way up. Oh, trying to get the block there. That was not quite right, nor was that. That, however, did its business. And then we'll just port over this way. Yeah, we've got a really nice range of movement options at this point. And that's how these games should feel, generally, is that you turn the backtracking into something pleasurable. Just the range of abilities that you have to do everything faster. That's what it's supposed to be like. Okay, great. Let's not get chopped by any of this. And not get shot either by any of these snipers. Busily sniping. Okay. Good. And we'll chop them up pretty quickly. And yeah, this is what I wanted to check heading upstairs. We better grab that tree first just to get the save point. The tree is much further than I expected here. Oh no, the tree's up there. Okay, no, we can just continue going up. That was a more generous block window than I expected. And let us platform our way up to the tree. And we'll just continue the main quest this way. Assuming I can, of course. I don't remember what it was that gated us here, but it seems like I didn't check this exit at all, so... And actually, indeed, this is a chakram exit. I think so, anyway. Oh, no, it bounces. Oh, no, you can just jump through it, okay. Interesting. A semi-solid platform that you can just jump through, but not toss the chakram through. Oh, that's going to be interesting. Oh. Okay, you have to remember that you cannot dash through shields in this game. That's something that is occasionally a bit of a problem for us to remember. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. Nope. Oh, we can deflect, except I was in the air and missed that opportunity entirely, and now we've definitely got the potion up, I think. Yeah, do a close approach, and then just make sure we dodge out of that. Yeah, we just need to make sure that we can actually deflect some of those shots. Nope. Too much of a delay after we do the ground stomp, so I should be a little bit more cautious about that. Just let him swing. Okay. Okay, actually block some of that, but ooh, potion time. Come on. This has not been a good fight for us so far. There we go, that's one down. Okay, they don't take too much damage before going down at least. And you can go through the leg when they've raised a shield to do a swipe at you. Yeah, so they go down easily once you actually get an attack in. Edgewise, which is easier said than done, I suppose. Let's take a look at the... well, we'll just have to pick a side. It looks like if you do the right side, though, you can loop around down here and open this one-way panel, so... this one-way exit. We're so accustomed to using Mario Maker terminology around here. Let's buy a map.
Hi, Sargon. Lend me your Eye of the Wanderer.
Okay, so we got the upper city map. Whoops, didn't want to ping that. And yeah, it shows you where the constellation is going to be, as well as an entire area over here that seems to be separated in some fashion of royal corridors. Interesting. And it looks like this does not connect down here, of course, so we will go left in just a moment, but let's just check around here a little bit first. Just in case there's anything to defog, like this lamp all the way over here. Just cash, but we'll take it. Okay. And let's keep going. Too bad we burned so many of those potions. You know, we're right by a tree. Let's just get 2 potions back. Because we can. Might as well play it safe, even though self-sustain in general has been pretty good to us. Once we got the right kinds of amulets going. Okay, next we'll check what's over here on this side. Nothing that I can see. But yeah, you just need to dash up here, and then we'll check the entirety of this area. And it's the palace. Oh, isn't this just the palace from the beginning of the game, or...
The Simor Gate is beyond these.
No, it can't be.
palace doors.
This is a completely different location on the mountain, so... the Smurg Gate is beyond these palace doors.
From there, you will have access to the Hall of Divination.
The way is impassable.
Oh, well, it won't be for future, Sargon.
Yeah, we'll get there in time. Maybe that's the final area of the game, and it's just teasing it to you right now. So, who do we fight over here? Just one of these. Okay, could have parried that, but no need, because we'll just take him down quickly. Nothing else to look at over here, I don't think, so let's just go on. And... oh, it looks like potentially this is one of those gates similar to the passage that obstructed the moon. Oh, also obstructs pocketable items, which is a mechanic that we so often forget about. And yeah, you can definitely drop through here. That's a continuation. But let's pop the tree first and then see what else is beyond. What is this? Oh yes, no, these are things that you can stow. And it looks like that if you stow it here, then you can take it up and... oh, yeah, this kind of panel is non-wall jumpable. And that's something that you're just kind of expected to know. What we have to do is we drop this here. I mean, we can also travel by chakram, actually. Why are we doing that? We don't need to do that. We can just go here like that. We just skip over that entirely, because this was designed non-linearly to be something that maybe you could approach without the chakram power if needed, but we have the power, so let's get in here and see what room this is. This is going to be a grapple locked room, unfortunately. However, yeah, this switch is not active at the moment. Let's just climb and climb and climb and see What's up? Nope. And you can't launch the chakram except from a grounded position, so can't really see what else is here. Yeah, because you just have to grapple into that, and I don't think you can do anything else without it. Because that would theoretically send you up top, I think, so. To whatever is above. We don't even know how to grapple, the implied grapple mechanic works yet in terms of what the movement style is like, so I think we just need to screenshot this for later. Okay. Also, yeah, so that's why you can't leave this room, leave this area rather, with the gem, but we should take it with us anyway because maybe there's another lock we can use it with. Oh, like this. That's the lock we use it with. Now, the interesting thing is, I wonder... Oh yeah, no, there's another filter here, so we can't smuggle it through, because I was wondering, you know, if we could just use the teleport power to kind of double back and smuggle this through. But it looks like we'll not pass that, so... Yeah, for example... Whoop. Okay. These guys are not too hard to deal with, as I take 2 bars worth of damage. Oh, whoops. Oh, that was deadlier than I expected. How come they get cutscene animation? I guess because they got the superpower on me and we got what we deserved out of that, perhaps. But they get chopped down pretty easily. And if we need, we have enough power for a healing circle, but we'll just do the self-heal for the time being, and then it looks like we just need to grab that thing up there. Oh, a little more height would be nice. And then... Oh, plugged it in the wrong way. Let's plug it in here. And open that gate. Nothing else over here, I think. One-way panel. Let's progress. Yeah, it looks like there's all these grapple points that will eventually get you out of here, so I'm pretty sure we are going to get the grapple as a reward for this area that we're exploring right now. It just makes too much sense. Oh, come on. Trying to dash into this guy. That was very unwise. Nope. Okay, good. Got the slow down on him. Witch time, as it were. Whoa, bad timing. Not witch time that time. Whoop. There we go. Got a super counter. And that chops him up. Got a good bit of health out of that, too. So, yeah, it looks like your only way up is through the grapple, so... except, of course, when we open the exit gate, that is going to be on the bottom left here. That allows you to loop back around. Certainly looks like this area is designed with the expectation that the grapple power is how you double back, though. So let's first of all interact with this, and then that, of course, would take you back to that tree. Another gate here tells me that we will have more of those gems that we'll be working with here. Okay, simple enough. And then it's going to open that gate. Now, anything to check in the corners? Not that I can see. There is something down near the bottom for us to defog, but I don't think that's anything. But whenever there's something that's not completely defogged, it's often worth checking because this game is so generous with its map when it comes to letting you find things. It looks like an absolute pile of nothing down there, so you know, I just kind of come down and check. Oh, I was trying to port back in time. That was unwise. Okay, anyway, let's go back. And we'll continue. Alright. And yeah, we'll loop back here to open up this gate as well, just to get all the relevant doors open, and then we almost certainly have something like a boss fight coming. If any of the previous constellations are anything to go by. Okay, come on, can I deflect this? There we go. Let me just chop. There we go. And might as well refill that single arrow that we used. I'll just continue porting up here until we're satisfied with whatever it is we're seeing. Yeah, it looks like... Whoop, didn't see those were spikes. That was a mistake. Yeah, just need to go from one counterweight to the next. Oh. Didn't quite get enough height off of that one here. It's okay, as before, we are just not concerned about being chipped by environmental damage. There's a grapple point here. We don't care about that because I think we were able to maybe get up there with a chakram. And yeah, we are. We can just skip over and open this, which then gives us the shortcut from here. We'll check everything up top. Come on, get over here. Those get cut down pretty easily. And this is a prophecy. Great. And then we can afford the next prophecy reward next time we cash them all in. In the meantime, let's just continue platforming over counterweights and see what's in the top right. Oh, I was trying to zap over the one on the right, didn't see that one coming over us here. Okay. Oh, lucky catch over here. That was rather unexpected. That's okay, we can continue going up. Doesn't look like we have a convenient point for getting up here, though. There's that one enemy up there. But without the grapple, we might not be able to gain enough height. We'll see, because I don't have a safe landing point for the chakra. Whoops. That's okay. We'll try that again and try to find a good entry point at a reasonable height. Yeah, so there is another platform, a small one up there, that we can certainly reach that. Can we just shoot this one? Whoop. Okay, got it in midair. That's fancier than expected, but we'll take it. And yeah, once they're at their maximal point, there's a small platform that appears, which we can fall towards, and there we go. That is what gets us over to the treasure chest. Might be an amulet, might be something else, we'll see. Lore pages, perhaps? Could be an amulet. We'll pop it and find out. Just cash. Yeah. A lot of the rewards are just cash. They have more interesting traversable locations in this game than they know what to do with, in effect. And so, we'll check bottom middle here just in case. Oh, a Xerxes coin. I didn't see that. Okay, so this is a platforming challenge. This is going to be for Xerxes coin, and you have to escape it safely without porting, so we will definitely try to navigate to that location in the bottom center without running into every single spike along the way. Yeah, at this point, the main utility of the coins, whoops, missed, is for further amulet upgrades up to level 2. And we aren't even spending on any of those right now. We're just banking resources until we feel like collecting the rest. But eventually we'll cash those all in and just try to do some kind of 100% collection. I don't know if it's really tracked necessarily, but yeah, again, the thing about the Xerxes coins is that you do have to get out safely. It is something that we have often compared to both Celeste and Rayman. Rayman series, of course, sharing its developers with this series, with this game, rather, right here. And we need a safe landing point. That's a safe landing point over there, but it's a little traverse to. Also, yeah, we can't port. We cannot teleport with the Xerxes coin. So we just need to make it over to a safe landing and we'll do it. There we go. And then we'll check this bottom left area as well, so we can defog it. And there's nothing else going on here. This is in fact a safe landing point for exactly everything we just did. Doesn't seem like there's anything else on this end of the map, so let's continue to the bottom right. And, whoops, not that far to the bottom right. Just need to wait for the counterweight pattern to cooperate with us here. And we'll eventually make it over when the opportunity presents itself, and there's our safety landing, at which point we will proceed further onwards. Okay, who are we fighting over here? Oop, cutscene. Looks like a dial puzzle. But maybe not, maybe it's just a wheel. We don't see little cutscene interruptions like that very often. So that might be something unique. See what it is. It looks like it might actually be a dial puzzle of sorts. Which would be interesting. Yeah, because it looks like you have to step on these and then... do they do a rotation? I think we probably need to take objects and place them here. But it does look like it's some kind of combination lock, where you need to join things in place. It does mean that we probably need to use the portal to capture objects. And it looks like we're fairly close to a teleport point as well. That's going to be in the upstairs, maybe, or maybe it's just to the left here. Let's check. And yeah, you have gem locations here. Also notice that you have platforms that block wall jumps. So that precludes you from going up this way until you have the gems to open the platforms. Yeah, it's not obvious until you run into them that these kinds of platforms are anti-wall jump. You know, it's not something that you can really tell from just looking at it. You just have to learn about that hard way. And yeah, you have a lot of gem locations to plug things into over here. I guess we'll check the bottom right here to see if there's anything we can pick up on that account as we learn how to work this clockwork mechanism. And then this central gate here prevents you from taking anything. Okay, so here's our first thing that we can obtain. And I guess each gem location is one that you can just plug into. And this here would give you a wall. But then, if you do that, what if we place this? We power this whole thing up. This is just the inner circle, so we potentially need a few of these. Well, I'm not sure. We might have to just stop this and unplug it. Oh, not like that, we don't. Yeah, now it doesn't show me in the cutscene what we're doing at that point. I also can't jump through here at this point, so we need to maybe shock them down. Actually, I'm kind of locked in here. So I can't see what's going on there currently. I would need to be able to port back, which means that we should take this. And I should... not use the chakram for it. We should leave a shade down here. And then port to it. Having escaped that, now we go back upstairs to see what we can do with the switches. So this is just a central dial right now. We'll have to see what powers up the other ones, I guess. It only lights this up, but I guess maybe we need to just step on it at a certain point to lock it in place or something. Looks like you just match here. Does that go up perhaps? No, it doesn't. It just keeps spinning. But basically at any point you can just kind of stop and lock this in place, which means that we would need objects to place on this once we activate all three. And yeah, it looks like we turn these dials to try to match corresponding objects. There we go. Does it plug in? It does not. But we need to keep something here essentially and lock it into place. And then remove the gem as it's dialed in here. The other thing we can do is just go down there and watch the camera until it spins into position and then unplug the gem. That might actually be how you're supposed to do it, but... Because, didn't I just lock myself out? If I'm not mistaken, didn't I actually lock myself out? Uh-oh. That's not good. Because how do I get back in there now? Did I actually lock myself? I might. Certainly hope not. Maybe there's a way to undo that. I hope I didn't lock myself in the game. I mean... Because if the chakram can't go there... You know what? We'll just leave this in place. Maybe we're supposed to keep this plugged in. And we'll walk around and we'll find other objects to plug in. And let's not worry about that. Maybe it's supposed to stay there. We're not locked because we can still progress from plugging in other gems. But it's true that I can't remove that at that point and freeze it. I think as soon as you come out, it's kind of locked into place and you just can't do anything else with it. And maybe that's intentional because that would be how you establish having progressed. So you can, in fact, wall jump off of these, but I don't have a chakram past that point. Which means we would need to do this. And then... Yeah, this whole area kind of requires the chakram to progress, and... That's fine. Because we would need to drop a shade here and then port up there once we plug in. And then we can plug this in, but then we would have to get out first, so again like that, and again like that. Is it going to show me what we just got moving? No, but it might be in a central room. So let's plug back out. And then let's see if we can find the third gem for lock. Because now we have 2 rings. Great. Totally desynchronized, of course. And now we need to find the third one that would be usable. Assuming that we didn't truly lock ourselves out or something. Okay, looks like platform's up there. We'll just need to figure out what's going on in this end, I guess. Oh, there is a gem here. I just didn't even see it at all. Okay, so there's going to be another spot to plug this one in here, no doubt. Oh, except that's not how we should do that. We should lower the platforms first. And create wall jump location. After having created wall jump location, then we can start to port back this way, except let me think about this, because if we plug in here, that opens up, but does the chakram go far enough? Let's see. Not really, but chakram followed by jumping would do it, maybe. I don't think you can do a double jump out of that though, right? No, just a single jump. But if it opens a grate, you can use that as a wall jump location, so we're actually fine. Let's do that. And then there we go. So now we drop this as before, capture that here, and then not with a chakram, we'll jump down. Oh, hang on. Oops. Hang on. Nope. Here we go. Plug this in. And then we... Oh, this doesn't close the grate. That's interesting. We put back out and out of the way. Huh, interesting. It actually stays open. I didn't expect that. Let's see though, because now we've plugged in every ring and now we need to synchronize them. Which we can do. We actually just synchronized them. Yeah, okay, no, I see how to do this. You just need to resync them such that they all lock into place at the same time at a certain point. And so that's pretty simple to do because you just lock one into place until it's aligned with another, and then you just get off of that switch. So let's just lock it into place, and we'll just jump off when the other one is also aligned, and then they spin together. Then at the next full revolution, we will have the other one locked in as well, the yellow one. Okay. So let's wait, and then lock, and then everything should lock into place. There we go. And the platforms have been provided to us. Now, the interesting thing here is that I think... Oh no, we can't actually take the gem through here because of the item cancellation gate there. So, because I was definitely thinking about the fact that the grate was still open with that, and that seemed like a distinct possibility that we otherwise could have just taken the gem with us, but nope, that stuff actually is precluded from happening. Oh, did we get more amulet budget? Yes, we did. So let's see what we'll stick in there once we get to a tree. Because there were some one-pointers that were just kind of temporary, I think, while we didn't afford anything bigger. But I kind of like everything with our setup right now, to be honest. So we might just plug in another one-pointer that has some kind of additional health or damage prevention or something. Arrow damage is not a bad idea. Melee attack power, that's with the health reduction now. And yeah, this slightly increased the damage with dodging attacks. We had something like that. This is only at full health, so we have something that is more consistently available, then we should take it. And Yeah, Athra build-up for parry is always good. Life bars are not bad either. We haven't used this at all in the game, and so that might be an interesting option that is opened up for us here. Certainly some zones could benefit from the poison defense. But let's see here. If there's anything, maybe a 2-pointer we want to replace with a 3. I think we'll likely just plug in the arrow damage, to be honest. But there's a lot that we can choose from here. Yeah, some of these are much more defensive. I guess the one that is only at full health is probably the one that's least useful, except for the fact that we've got tons of self-heal, which is always beneficial. And so I'm thinking about maybe replacing that with the Athra build-up one here, because that could be a lot better for each successful attack. Yeah, we upgraded that, in fact, for a reason, so we might even do that. Just take off the full health one and kind of invest in power instead. Kind of like that idea. Well, let's find a tree for that first. And of course, damage prevention is always nice, but we'll experiment a little bit and see what we do. We must be near a tree, given that they're usually pretty close by to teleport points. And, oh, cutscene. Oh, okay. Fancy running a unit into you here.
Sargon.
Wonder if we get to fight her again.
Sharper than mine. I should have been better prepared.
Why did you kidnap Prince Hassan?
I followed Queen Tamiris's orders. I can't tell you why, but I still need to finish my mission.
Your mission cost Hassan's life.
No need to drive the knife even further. I was loyal to a fault.
You never taught me how to deal with such defeat. But I'll find a way to make this right.
No one can stand up against Varum and survive.
A first time for everything.
You said you can make this right.
I don't know yet if it will work. But that's a chance I must take.
Yeah, I mean, all we need to do is release the demon snake from her prison.
I can't trust you now.
I understand. This probably means farewell.
Farewell, Anahita.
We get to talk to her further then?
Farewell, Anahita.
Not really. He doesn't have anything else to tell us. Okay. Well, let's see. I mean, there seems to be something top middle here, but we'll do some wall jumping around and see. Probably not, to be honest. Yeah, nothing on the ceiling. I'm glad we can actually check now. By getting within range of all this stuff, but yeah, it's absolutely clear. Well then, let's see who we're going to deal with over here. We're going to pop another constellation. Looks like this will be the grapple power, though, if I absolutely had to hazard a guess. Also, we haven't had a tree to plug in the amulet yet, but we'll get there soon, I hope. I mean, the path definitely continues past the constellation to the right, and so... Let's do this. Take down another one of the gods that is clearly keeping Ashtaha at bay. Down in her basement dwelling, let's just plug this. So we're doing this before having encountered a boss, which is a change from some of the previous ones. But it makes me wonder, because clearly there's something traversable on this side, but we can't get there yet. We don't know how that's going to connect, although that seems to connect eventually to the Tower of Silence. Now, given that the way to dig through some of this would be through grapple, I mean, we can back out this way, but Guess we don't know what's happening here. Maybe there's a fight on our way out. I would not be surprised. We're not near a tree, which makes me doubt. But surely something has changed. Yeah, because currently we just have no way to traverse that. It looks like it's maybe one way back from the tower zone. We've got a lot of lore pages that are left to discover in this whole zone as well, but lots of grapple points we haven't uncovered yet. So we'll go back to the tree, I guess. And I am surprised that we haven't run into a fight over here, but that may happen still. And yeah, everything is just frozen in time now that we've pressed all the relevant switches. And then how do we get back down this way? I don't know, I guess we're at full health often enough that the damage at full health might still be useful. Damage bonus. But I find that in general, especially because we have much more expensive abilities now, that after a power buildup has become maybe a little more critical. Oh, whoops, totally missed that. Yeah, it's sometimes just a little bit off with our positioning here. Need to not hit the spikes, and that was a bit of a dangerous maneuver there just now. There we go. I guess we can replenish arrows, but we're going to be close to the next tree anyway, so let's just progress. Oops. Okay. Oops. We better not let him chop me this badly. Then, yeah, instead, just get cut down by all the spikes. We'd better hit a tree and let's replenish. Oh. And also see about that amulet change. So yeah, the full health one we could potentially take off. I'm just considering here. Collect time crystals from a distant... Oh no, we don't have that one plugged in. We don't particularly care for it, I think. We're pretty good for income. That's the only thing, is that we can maybe take that off as well. But I think we'll try to do the Athropur attack. Yeah, full health one is pretty situational, even if we did fully upgrade it. That's also why we didn't upgrade absolutely everything to the max right away. It was just so we have a clearer view of what we've actually been using. Well, it looks like there's nothing for us to do up here except continue downwards. Yeah, I'm surprised that this just kind of finished up as abruptly as it did over here. This looks like it's just the final zone that's gated behind here, potentially. So, maybe the expectation is that you do the other side first, in which case we will continue down. Clearly we're missing a few things in this zone, but I feel like they are going to be grapple gated and that there's not much we can do with it right now. And then Yeah, just straight down, I think, except this is a grapple gate, so we have to go left. Whoa, how do we... Oh yeah, I didn't realize I hit a spike. I'll just go straight down. I was going to try out how our power replenishment is going, and then... Oh, actually, that's potentially quite nice. That builds up really quickly, in fact. That'll be nice, because we've got our 3-point parry power right now that is at max. We can actually max it out pretty often. And use it accordingly. Let's go down this way. And take no fall damage whatsoever, because that's just our princely privilege. And where will we go now? Let's... Yeah, just continue back down to the city, I guess. All this time I've been also staying on the healing circle power that costs 2 levels of Athra. That's just much too useful for things like boss fight situations, though, so I've been happy by keeping it. And let's go. Okay, we'll write it back down, and then let's determine what we're going to do next. I think we've bought everything we can from the scrapper, so it's not going to be anything. Oh yes, we should plug in the prophecies, since we have enough to work with at the moment. Left side, I think, is the easier way down. And then... Oh, we dumped that 3-point counter and didn't actually get much done with it. That's okay. But we did get a slow time, at least. We're missing one of the 3-point powers. That's something that we should keep in mind. Definitely a few things that are left when it comes to completion. But yeah, we are going to go for 100% in some form. I think it's just that, as with games like this, there might be a lot of poking around invisible walls as we near endgame. And of course, there's all the challenge rooms to deal with as well, which, if they don't scale to the character's collected power, may take a little bit of time to do properly. Because the combat challenges we found in previous experience were actually somewhat advanced. And I wonder if anything has progressed here when it comes to upgrades. No. I think we'll just need to finish this Constellation quest before much else is going to happen on that score. Let's just plug in a tree just to keep a save point for emergencies. And let's plug in some of the prophecies before we continue. Definitely there are lots of locations as we explore back to the lower zones that we'll want to check again, now that we have a lot more traversal power to work with. So yeah, I guess we didn't get to grapple yet. That will have to be after the next area. And certainly after some of the big accomplishments. So have we plugged in enough here? -4, and yes, we do in fact get another Soma Petal. And then I guess we can see what is going to be next for the prophecy quest. We'll get more of that upgrade currency that we're currently also banking. What is the reward for the Lost Warriors anyway? Oh, 8 Xerxes coins, of course, yeah. We'll eventually do that. And Moon Gatherer. Oh yes, that's right. That was one of the things that I marked as unfinished. In the Sunken Harbor. Yeah, lots to see still. And lots of fragments left over here, as we can see. Probably at least 10 prophecies left to go to fill in the rest of the cracks, possibly more. We can always just look at the objective tracker and count, but that's okay. Alright, now, in terms of where we'll proceed. So this was a spot that I thought about long ago in terms of having something that could potentially slip through. We should check that again, since we're close by. Other than that, yeah, there are all these locations that were the wall locations in a sunken harbor. I think we had checked them all. And of course, the fact that I'm missing one treasure somewhere in this zone is a little bothersome, given that it looks like we uncovered the whole map. But I'm missing a few things in Hyrcanian Forest. And yeah, definitely a few spots that we haven't checked here. This is supposedly a grapple location as well, which looks like it may require that given the distance that needs to be covered. And so some of these things are not going to be worth checking yet until we are able to get through. Unless, of course, you can get through with the chakram, which is something that we had not previously considered as an option. So let's maybe find out. Well, we'll be heading down here into this room as well eventually. Let's head down this way and see what we can do. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect that. Oh, whoops. Let's not slide in. Oh yeah, no, we've been there already. That's a secret room. That's not the passage for it, of course. Bonus room, rather, not secret room. It's not really that well hidden. Let's go back. Okay, there's this whole puzzle sequence here that we've seen before. Let's continue. These guys were such a pain in the early game, but are maybe a little bit easier to deal with now. Yeah. Oh, missed a parry. Counter. There we go. Face in that direction just quickly enough to chop him up. And we'll proceed. And yeah, the health of punishment is coming in pretty quickly. Okay. Back to the forest. I think we checked a lot down here previously. Checked everything down here, really, because we were wondering if there was some kind of secret passage I'd missed. This was one of the first zones that we went to in the entire game. On the very first day, I think. Seems so long ago now. Back when we actually did take a couple of deaths to these guys. We're hopefully much more fluent about this now. Oh yeah, this is right, this kind of door. I need to break it every time. Okay. Still missing a few secrets in this zone, but let's see what this was. This was the area I was quite curious about. Close to it anyways, next room. Cutting through everything pretty smoothly now. So this area here. Yeah, this totally looks like something. Hang on. Is it not, really? What is the pit even for, then, if that's not a slide location or something? I totally thought this was something. This little slot to the left, but I guess if there's even a chakram can't travel there, then looks like that's not. I think this is just a pit that you fall into, but I never realized what this was even for. We'll leave this marker here, but I just guess there's nothing here. I guess there was never anything here, and it's just a pit that you fall into for some reason. It just seems so mysterious, because we never actually divined any kind of purpose for it. Well, with that said then... Oh, and why is this still marked? Probably because of a... There was the bomb wall here. I thought I'd broken that. So maybe we just never took that marker off. But, you know, we'll check that when we get back there eventually. We'll take this marker off if we are really tight on our map marker budget. But until then, let's just continue. Oh, I'll not take too much damage from these guys. This was tougher when we had 3 bars of health. And not nearly as much power on the sword. Or movement abilities, generally speaking. So, right side here and down. Again, it might be unfortunate if the eventual 100% comes down to a couple of invisible walls here and there, but we'll we can. Oh, I was trying to chuck a spike at this guy. It didn't quite work. And then, there we go. Chase him down, and down we go. Or, no, that's where we came from. Hang on. Down we go over here. That was the old passage to the sunken harbor that we first took, I think. And we've finished everything over here. This was a grapple point that we might as well just wait on a grapple before we try that, but this was a double jump point going up here, but we had actually glitched through that passage for a prophecy previously, I think, so. Only one thing left to uncover, a prophecy urn in all of this zone, though, but it's clearly going to be hidden behind one of these areas, so no point in checking that currently. We'll go down to the sunken harbor instead. And we'll see how to proceed. Yeah, nothing else to look at here, I don't think. Oh, this is just one of those locations. You know what? I don't even need to do that. I think Chakram can go through. No, it can't. Okay, never mind. Alright, this is just a teleport gate then. Natcat, welcome. Took a look at the map for a second, you're already lost. Well, I mean, we're pretty deep into late game at this point. It is a sizable map. I think I've taken longer on this game at this point than I did on my first run through Hollow Knight, and it doesn't feel that big in the same way that Hollow Knight feels absolutely gigantic, right? But I think this game has a scale that sort of creeps up on you. Also because I've been playing without fast travel and really taking my time over the past few weeks. But we have a good sense of the map at this point, but clearly there's a lot to uncover. For example, we're just about to traverse whatever is here. That's a passage that we'll be looking at next as we go over the water. And yeah, like I said, we're pretty deep in the late game. The movement is fast enough that the map is not really as intimidating as all that. You would traverse it very quickly. Reminds me a bit of the Ori games in that respect. Blind Forest and Will of the Wisps. In that you have, you know, big continuous blocks of rooms that open up. Let's see here. So what were we trying to do? So there's one more secret here. Well, a couple more secrets here that we haven't located. And I wish I could remember which locations we had checked. Last time we came here, we didn't have the double jump yet, so we actually have a few things we can unlock now, I think. We couldn't before. And the main objective, though, is to check this room down here and also to check this area here. So, let's go. Okay, pirates galore. And landmines galore. Let's pick up a landmine just in case we use it. Oh, I actually can't pick those up, can I? Yes, I can. Okay. And... right, because we determined much earlier that landmines didn't open that gate that I was looking at to the bottom rim I couldn't reach. But that's because at the time, we did not know about the chakram power. Now, did we actually check the left side here? Natcat, this came out about a year ago. Early 2024. And so yes, it was a new Prince of Persia that came out then. It is excellent. It is by the developers of the Rayman games at Ubisoft Montpellier. And you can really feel it in the platforming and the controls. That's the platforming elements of this game feels like Rayman, essentially. Especially with how some of the optional collectibles work and the way the dash button is set on ZR, and yeah, it's really been an excellent experience all around. But yeah, it's a Prince of Persia game that has a lot of the classic Prince of Persia style obstacle platforming, but on a Metroid style map, which is a combination that was honestly waiting to happen, and which I'm astonished had not happened much earlier. There are a few things we want to check down here as well. I guess we could backtrack there since we're in the area, but let's progress that way first and see about this one-way panel that I previously couldn't reach. So we'll go left, down, right, maybe. Haven't been here in a while. So yeah, I've been steadily chipping away at this game over the past 2 months or so. I usually get through these much faster, but we've been balancing it against Mario Maker, Holiday Travel, and so many other things. Oops, that was unsightly as we triggered every trap. And yeah, let's just head right so we can make it to this area here that I hadn't checked. That goes right by where a lot of those suicide bomber grenadiers were, which previously inflicted so much damage. And then we'll head down. And just right to the right. Okay, so it's the top left in this room we had previously not checked, but we have many more traversal options now. So we don't want to basically get too close to these guys in melee because they try to give you a hug of death. But now, yeah, there totally is something up there in the top corner. Now, how do we swing across over here? I feel like it's going to be chakram and then port over. There we go. We'll just surprise that guy. And there we go, summon pedal. Wonderful. A piece of heart. Okay, so that's it for the treasure collectibles. 1 prophecy urn and 1 lore page left to go. In this area, one of them is clearly down here in some fashion. And we'll see where the other one is. Might be up here, might be tied to something else. I don't remember if we had already demolished that bomb wall that I had marked on the map, so we'll have to check that as well, just in case. And let's head over. Hang on. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Accidentally caught that. Yeah, I didn't want to catch that. I wanted to warp over here. Oh. Right, we need to do something else to get up on that bridge. Oh, hug of death from these guys again. We'll just blow them up with a landmine, I suppose. This guy likes explosions so much, we'll give him explosions. We'll keep an explosion in case we need it for the top door. We'll go back and check that in a moment. Yeah, so we've been to the ship previously. It's nothing new. But let me make sure we open this gate so I can take the map marker away if we hadn't done it. We had opened it. Okay, so let's take this away. And I think we had previously completed all those markers, but let me check the quests. Side quests. Yeah, because we had actually completed that, right? Parrots, all that stuff. Moon Gatherer, we need to do at some point. Yeah, that's not... It's just the invisible walls that were marked there, but I wonder if you can mark the invisible walls in the other zone as well if you... Return to the captain. The X markers in this zone were the only reason I even realized that there were so many things hidden behind invisible walls that are not fully mapped in this game, and so we should check this just in case.
Getting greedy.
Yeah, very
I wanted
greedy.
to see if the bird was... The bird! How long were you and your men in the sunken harbor before the curse?
The bird found the Richard. It was only a short while before I spotted warships on the horizon.
The ones that are trapped out there?
Very same. Some under the banner of trade ships. None of my men listened to the call to weigh anchor, and we were trapped.
You may be here for some time yet.
Tremors run through the ground.
More treasure to find, but
This is something else.
Seas don't freeze.
it can't really know if the seas will open again.
Out to sea. Free.
If so, you and your men will set sail again?
No friends.
Bird is correct. When the sea opens, there will be treasure for only me.
Always.
Okay. Yeah, I mean we are going to unfreeze it, but let's open up this area down here first and see what that's about. Oh yes, this was the whole platforming area. We've done this one though, and I think we had seen everything there was here. So let's head back. And down. So this was the gate that I previously didn't understand at all. We're going to try with the chakram teleport now because that was what immediately came to mind when we found it, in case there is an opening. Like a grate in there or something. Okay. So yeah, here... Actually no, you needed to drop something through that, no? Yeah, there was some reason that we couldn't open that. I checked with bombs, I checked with other things. I feel like it's dropping something on it, but because I thought maybe chakra might do it, but no, it doesn't, so that is still some kind of puzzle waiting to be solved, because we tried all kinds of things like bombs and so on, and it just doesn't blow up. And that doesn't open up either, so I really wonder about that, because we just don't have the power to manipulate it. Previously, of course, we had maybe stomped through something like that using a big spiky object that we could just drop on top of it, but I don't see where that was. Oh, you can totally break this stuff. But then I wonder if you can chop this and maybe just... But if you can chop that platform, that's clearly something that you can do. Mysterious. I mean, it may be some aspect to an unacquired power, like the grapple that we can put towards a special use here that we don't know about, but it looks very much like we're just supposed to drop something heavy on it, or spiky, and we just don't see what that could be. Because that's a big mystery right now. I feel like there was something that we had dropped through one of these panels much earlier, and that I had tried to acquire that, but we better run around and see if we can make heads or tails of it. Because again, that's one major unsolved obstacle. But either way, we'll probably proceed to the ship and just try to continue the main quest for once. And yeah, because there was something spiky that we dropped at some point. Somewhere in this zone, and I just don't recall what it was. Or what the likely candidate would be for that. Seems like we just burn off the wood or something if we had fire, but I don't have anything that makes fire, really. Now this one we solved previously, right? It was marked with a number. Let me just check. Oh yeah, the tic-tac-toe one. Didn't we solve this? I thought we had. Oh no, we hadn't actually, because there's no chest here. So, I mean, with a chakram that makes an O, right? Unless there's a panel that we're supposed to find to plug it in here. Actually, there's a missing panel here, so we need a missing panel with an X. Maybe we can find it here somewhere. I mean, we know that some of these rooms sometimes are multi-room puzzles in that they can refer to objects that are a couple of rooms away in the same zone. And so, yeah, it looks like we're supposed to find a missing panel, an X panel, and throw it into place. Oh, this is new.
Can you take care of that?
Take care of what? Who's fighting? Oh, this is crab. Okay. How come we hadn't seen the Moon Gatherer here previously? Maybe we just neglected to check. Okay, done? Oh, this, okay. Well, that's somewhat bigger. Can we actually fire these back? We can, except it's going to do that. And then we can probably throw... Oh, come on. Throw it back. Like that, and then that should be dead. Pretty easily. Okay, Moon Gatherer, what have you got for me? Get down here.
I won't ask if you believe me yet.
Oh, I don't know that it matters. For what it's worth, I think you're very brave.
This wasn't a flooded room he was talking about earlier, though, was he? Maybe.
Having an effect on...
There! The shine comes from another piece.
So he's just gonna wander off. And leave me cash and nothing else. Okay. So what does it say about the Moon Gatherer at this point? Where's he gone? Sunken harbor, likely held captive by a giant crustacean. We did that. We did this. Pit of eternal sands, possibly trapped in a jar. That's fine. We can do that too. So yeah, he just goes from location to location. For some reason, we just hadn't checked this previously. Well, let's check some of the other rooms unaccounted for here and see if we can find that X or something usable as such. But we have to use our auto aim sometimes to our advantage. Oh, spending too many arrows here. Go. Nothing here, but what about the top corner? Anything? Nope. We'd already cleared that previously. So where would we find an X panel to go here? We need to think about that. I thought I had, for some reason, finished that one previously, but we didn't really keep track of which numbered challenges we had finished. You plug them all in this room here, for the architect, but yeah, all the ones that we do complete, there's a treasure chest that should be visible, so the tic-tac-toe or noughts and crosses one here is unaccounted for. We'll have to find the appropriate piece and move it down. It really could be anywhere. But this is a point. Why don't I see if we can just rip off that panel somehow. Let's... But it does feel like we're supposed to drop something towards it, like something spiky. We just haven't determined what that could be yet. This could be quite the hunt to see what's here. I guess since we're in the area, we could try to do the pits. It might even be here for the next moon marker. Let's just take a look. Because, yeah, it's not entirely clear to me just how far we have to look to find the appropriate panel to plug in there. And so this, for example, up here, this room was tied to a clue that was a few rooms away over here. We brute forced it, but that's beside the point. Basically, this is the kind of multi-room distance that we had to deal with so far when it comes to the secret hunting, so... Could be somewhere in this room, could be somewhere else. But we'll definitely look for any conspicuous panels that might complete the X for me. I really don't see a viable candidate so far. Let's see. Yeah, because we need something that is going to complete that pattern. I really should have gone back to take a screenshot of it. Unless, of course, it's something that I can already use. No, I don't think so. I think we really do need to find a missing panel and plug it in. I don't know if we searched that room exhaustively. In fact, let's go back. I'm assuming, though, that is going to be a few rooms away. Whatever the solution may be. So yeah, I better get a screenshot here. I think I couldn't afford screenshots last time I was here, which is why I didn't plug it in. But you can see there's a missing wooden panel. We're supposed to plug in an X over here so we can complete this. I think that's pretty obviously what's going on. But... question remains, how far away is that panel? Is it, for instance, up here? Nope. So it could be anywhere. And we'll just have to see if we come across it in our travels. So, options at this point. We can continue over to the ship. We can sort of stare at this little mystery here a little bit more. Because I really do feel like it's a matter of dropping a sharp object. Something heavy. Or we can continue to the pits of eternal sands. We should maybe check this room. And if we go back to the pit, it would just be for the purpose of a bit more dallying about and secret hunting. Let's go back up the well and see if anything presents itself. Whoops. X not marking the spot over here. Yeah, I mean, it could just be a background panel anywhere. We just don't know. This ship might be a good place to check, actually, now that I think about it. It's conspicuous. There's a lot of wood in it. You just never know. The ship is over here. Yeah, we can check that. Also, if I can remember any secret locations that seemed like they were suspiciously devoid of secrets, then we'll check that as well, but might be a bit difficult to track that by memory. So yeah, at this point, I'm just trying to remember where it was that we did the floor breaking earlier in this zone, because there was something that looked like it was conspicuously the kind of object. Let me grab one of these grenades, maybe. Should be able to. Okay. Yeah, because it's a pretty big explosion off of them. It's bigger than the ones we usually get. Maybe that's required. But the fact that we can break the panels above here is really suspicious. I really do think that there's a way we can drop something in this location and take out whatever this floor is. I mean, it might just be an alternate passage and then this is just the exit. For example, this little knob over here, we didn't really take a careful look at it. Also, could just be an invisible wall that joins towards it somewhere, but that would be unfortunate if so. So here, for instance, what did we do here previously? We caught something here. I don't remember what. But yeah, let's check the ship in case there is an X for the secret. This is as likely a place as any for us to inspect. This looks like it's just the exit up top, though. I mean, out of the treasures here, clearly you've got something for me to work with. Maybe not. Yeah, this whole sequence we've done previously. Well, we shall see. Because I have no idea what else would be usable here, unless it's some massive floor-breaking stalactite that we can just dump there, but it's not clear to me at the moment what that would look like. Unless it's something we can get from the adjoining zone. The one down below here. But yeah, let's just continue checking. Again, we'll keep our eyes peeled for that X. We tried all manner of explosives. It's not going to be an explosive solution there. I think it's an explosion effects, I think, all kind of belong to the same class, so to speak. It's got to be some kind of spike that we drop. Okay. Arrow replenishment is kind of necessary at this point, given how heavily we've been spending them. So yeah, we had been carrying objects between the pit and the sunken harbor. So we know that objects are transferable between the two in case there is something that seems like a natural candidate for dropping onto the wood. I mean, it could also just be fire or something where we can burn it, but I just Didn't see where that could be the case. Okay, let's just head down. We didn't see anything even resembling that X panel we were looking for. But we know that down there we're going to run into... what's his name? The Moon Gatherer. You know what, let's put up here for a moment. I think we've been up here multiple times at this point, nothing really to look at. Let's just head down to the lower zone. And we'll just do a little bit of exploring. Once again to pop some additional secrets and defog some rooms, notably this one over here. And we'll check this because I suspect that might be the jar room that was talked about. Also this top corner here, we'll check. Oh, whoops. Don't want to do that. Alright, that's because you can climb this. So yeah, there's clearly something above here that we hadn't previously looked at. Let's deflect that projectile if we can. Oh, bad dodge. There's clearly something up there. Maybe not. I don't know, there's that whole knob over there. That's surely gotta be worth trying. Doesn't look like we can traverse there anytime soon though. Maybe off at the top left. Oh, Moon Gatherer sign over there, so he's stuck in that jar somewhere here, it seems. I feel like we had actually not previously traversed this far. This is a grapple point, unfortunately, which means that we're as far as we can go with it. Yeah, so the grapple is obviously going to get us all the way over to the right. They seem like they project you quite a long ways, unless you have to just chain a whole bunch of them together or something, which is also possible. And it looks like that's definitely a grapple gate. And so that's not worth checking yet, but yeah, we see the moon marker, which tells me we should be looking for a jar somewhere. I marked this for some reason. We need to check this. Realistically, though, we should be doing some of this in-game treasure traversal once we have a bit more to work with in terms of powers, namely the grapple hook that we think is going to happen. And so yeah, it could be that there's the Moon Gatherer marker because maybe the jar for him is all the way up here, but we'll check this because I don't remember why I marked that, and I know it's something unaccounted for. And so, hopefully to the right. Well, maybe not here, but actually we can go backwards here now, except we run into that. Yeah, no, this was technically supposed to be the way back. We're supposed to traverse down here, I remember now. We can reverse through that, but it's not a good reason to. Better pop this, just in case. And down to the right. Oh, whoops, not down here. Too far. Yeah. That's all the way down to the lower pit. We want to go right. Okay, at this point, right, this was where this thing punches into the wall. You remember that. Then, much easier all around with the double jump. Then, further to the right. Yeah, with the double jump, we just don't need to worry as much about anything here. Oh, whoops, forgot that this punches you. Oh, whoops, fell in there. No, that's okay. Okay, pretty simple. So what do we want to check? This top right, for some reason, was closed off to me previously. I don't know why we didn't do it. I've just forgotten to check it. Oh, because of this. Yeah, no, that's okay. That is doable with chakra, maybe. Actually, that looks exit only. We need to fall in the top. Going left side first. That crosses over. It doesn't cross over. Okay, probably platforming up this way first. Let's toss this up. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. I didn't realize. Well, that's a lot clearer now, actually. And then you would probably need to do some kind of warp back. Yeah, bait that out and then do a warp back. That's going to be a little bit tricky. Let's... hang on. It might be easier to go... chakram... No, hang on. Nope, too close. Nope, missed. Too late. Nope. Yeah, no, that was correct. We just need to do the warp back a moment sooner. Nope. Got dragged up. Nope. Okay, good. There's prophecy. Very nice. That's accounted for. And then... not too many more secrets here. Clearly something is gated behind the grapple. And... who knows what else we haven't checked here. Okay. Yeah, let's check that lower location. I just don't remember why we marked that. I think I almost certainly just ran out of map markers at the time, and so I didn't get a good look at it. Also, wow, too much damage. That's okay, that'll heal up steadily. Okay. Might as well plug in a tree for just a moment. And replenish. Then we'll drop below to see what this was all about. Yeah, I remember this now. This was where we bought the map, right? But then there's something additional beyond that. Maybe. Oh, yes, this right. This room. I do not remember what this was all about. Right, because we have to uncover the chest here. So this looks like one of the challenges where, oh, something is way up above. Way up above, and then we need to probably drop it or something. Yeah, okay, so I better take a screenshot of this because I just don't remember what it was we were supposed to do here. Like, we're supposed to crush something on the way down. Or maybe leave something here. Leave an object there to be crushed. I feel like that's the implication, that we have to drop something here to be crushed. And that whatever that something is, that there's a massive opening up top, which is awfully suspicious. And seems to link to something up here, but I think we had checked it previously and hadn't found anything suspicious. But we should look at that in case there is some kind of adjoining room linking that space together. Yeah, because if we go over here, we'd basically be directly above. Almost. Oops. Nope, trying to do the warp here and... Right, okay, yeah, it's supposed to punch through the floor, and when I think we follow it down. That must be it. No, it comes up, though, from the floor, so... That can't be it. But it does look like it's supposed to connect down to that room. Maybe there's another connection point we haven't found. Probably some invisible wall, I think. Maybe even from this side. Oops, couldn't make it back this way. Yeah, that's very curious, because it really does feel like you're supposed to drop some object there to be crushed. And... can't imagine what that would be. Very mysterious. So yeah, definitely some secrets still elude us here. So we've seen all this previously, didn't really make any headway on anything here apart from this prophecy and apart from the grapple point up here. We just still don't understand how to do this bit. But of course sometimes these take some puzzling out. These puzzle pedestals are usually the ones that are associated with the architect's room. You've got the big light shining down from above that looks very much like something supposed to drop in from this area here. Unless there's some way to connect to this area here. Maybe we should check this wall. Not sure. But here, I mean, it's fairly straightforward. Doesn't seem like there's anything out of the ordinary that would be breakable here. I mean, might be related to some traversal power we don't have yet, but sometimes these are just environmental puzzles. And yeah, when you've got a big smush in the middle there, wonder what you're supposed to do with that information. I feel like it's going to be capturing some object and placing it there to be crushed. Maybe it's related to this enemy type, but we don't know. It could be some kind of environmental clue from the lore, perhaps, that we had not read into. Let's check the left side here. Yeah. So we've got a couple of unsolved mysteries on the map, for sure. Just looking at this carefully and seeing what else we can do with it. Not much by the looks of it. Really feels like it's some kind of object crush on this pedestal. You know, there's some kind of little statuette or figurine that goes there. I can't think of what a natural candidate here would be. Or how close by it would be, for that matter. Can I just capture an enemy maybe? No. Only projectiles. This looks like something. No, this is just a bomb. Maybe... No, it can't be, because the bombs do detonate immediately when you drop them, so... It can't be something like that that would drop in that spot. Although maybe if we place the bomb exactly when the crush timing is happening. I don't think so. I don't think it's going to be some kind of room connection from up top. It just doesn't seem likely. Like if we drop something down here and try to get it crushed in time. I don't think so. It's got to be some kind of statue or idol. And this light up here looks awfully suspicious. I really feel like we might need to read lore pages for this. Also, I'm beginning to run into this repeated issue that we had where after a little while I've got a bit of left stick drift in my Pro Controller. We've had that in this game. It only happens, I think, when I'm kind of doing rapid swings from left to right. So we'd better be cautious about that. Yeah, I don't see what we could possibly be placing down there. So we have another explosive. It took me a long time to realize those were explosives that you can in fact pick up in this area. Let me just check this side first. I was totally going to progress the main quest in case it wasn't clear, then we got just totally sidetracked once again. But that's how these games work. Yeah, I just completely sidetracked by some of the secrets we've been trying to reveal that have been unaccounted for. Some of them are definitely not the most obvious. Not just instantly solvable. But yeah, I feel like we'll have to go through more pages for something as a clue. I don't think there was any precedent for that, though, with what we've seen in the game so far. Okay, I think what we'll do is we'll just try to progress through the main sequence instead, then. Because I mean, this is the kind of chest that looks very much like it should have been one of the marked puzzles, but maybe there's no number on it yet because we haven't seen something that we need to see. The other thing, too, is the opening up top in that room. That does look awfully suspicious. But it doesn't seem to connect up top. But still, that's something that we need to keep our eye on. In case we figure that out. So, didn't find this, didn't find the X earlier on either. So, not altogether that successful. All we did was locate this grapple point and confirm that it was in fact a grapple point. Whoop, totally forgot about this. Even though it is in fact quite visible. Oh, oops. Hang on, let's actually do this carefully. And oh, oops, totally missed it. Hang on, we should have jumped up a little further there. We had this all mapped out previously, and it's been long enough since we last came here that I don't really remember the solutions that we had. Whoops. Of course, we did a bit of a panic jump there that unfortunately burned that platform at the last possible moment, which was a very unnecessary mistake. Okay. Let's just head back out. And yeah, I think that's all we'll be able to accomplish in the pit for the time being. I mean, we just came down here with one prophecy, essentially, and confirmed that we still don't know how to do the things that we don't know how to do. So I'd say we just go back to the frozen ocean to see what we can do, because for all I know, given some of the inventiveness of the traversal powers in this game, there's some kind of double function to the grapple that will solve a lot of these unknowns for us. Let's head back out though. Sure, we'll take him. Why not? Oops. Bad timing there. Yeah, I don't care too much about that. Definitely the top corner seems very grapple dependent. I mean, unless you go like this and then... Yeah, no way we're going to make it up there without latching onto all the other points on the top left. And we'll just head back up. Was it this way? We may have gotten something wrong here. Maybe we just go straight up the middle. At least I thought so. Now, how is it that we lost track of the passage back up? Oh yeah, because you have to go up to the right side here, that's right. It's been a while. There we go. Okay, let's head back up. So a lot of time spent there for not much reward this time around. I guess we should continue looking for that X. And we might as well get back onto the main quest. But yeah, our ability to do 100% of this game is of course contingent on actually solving the relevant puzzles. Which usually would not be a problem. And so yes, we'll head all the way to the right over there. Oops. Hang on. Yeah, oh, my right input is definitely running into some friction here. That's too bad. I even checked this beforehand to make sure it wasn't a problem, but it seems to have redeveloped over the course of the stream. The way that we've been stressing out the controller. Oops. And yeah, we can have no issues. Okay, might as well just continue. Sure, we can fight. If you insist. Again, still looking for something spiky that we can drop onto that panel. I think we just chop these. There was something, we just don't remember where or what it was or how to obtain it. And yeah, this spot here is just very opaque. I mean, maybe it was something above the ship that opened up this passage down below. I just don't recall. We should check, because maybe it is something that's similar in this room. Can I actually take this? I can chop it. Now that's interesting that I can chop it like that. I wonder. Hang on. Okay, I got stick dripped up the wazoo here. Let's... Yeah, it's definitely drifting like crazy. I need to solve that. Might actually have been the right stick, actually. I have to clean these things out. Just a lot of dust accumulation, I think, from not using it as often as usual. This Pro controller. Hopefully the Pros will also have bigger, or rather better sticks next time we get a Nintendo system here as well. So, yeah, you can definitely, it seems, chop these. And then they are in fact traps. Something was not maybe entirely clear to me previously. Just trying to see if there's anything else here that we can work with as a tool to punch down in this location. Nothing immediately strikes me as a possibility, but we will have to inspect. Oh, okay, so yeah, this fellow, he's waiting for me to make my way over to the frozen ocean. We'll do so. Been a while since we came here last. Double jump by itself would have already made significant progress towards this objective. Just trying to see if there's any way to traverse below here, but it doesn't seem so. Okay, so this will be new material here. And yeah, we no longer need this marker because we know how to come here, but let's defog some of this area as well. Just in case there's anything to look at. I don't think there is. But it doesn't hurt to check. Nope. Raging Sea, so this is a new zone. And as expected. Yeah, so we'll finish this up. It looks like the shipwreck itself in its entirety is frozen in time. Really quite spectacular to look at. What with all this water They're splashing around everywhere. Okay. So, new material. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully we don't run into too many control issues here. Oh, so yeah, we're not allowed to stand there. It looks like we could stand here, which is interesting because looks like there's a big climb that is in fact available. Except, yeah, everything's burning. This fellow here is just stuck in time in the middle. We can just walk the ocean, I guess. Oh, that's new. A couple of arrows will make short work. That one. Save us trouble of having to learn whatever pattern it makes. Okay, yeah, you do need to dodge it as it's coming through the water. Oh, didn't expect that. Burned through a little too much ammunition. Just in one fight there. So this is going to be a bit of a climb up here. That's okay. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a potential chakram spots. Oh, everything's electric. Which means we should be popping it with arrows and not standing at a diagonal while we're doing so. If we're standing sideways, this is just fine. If we're standing at a diagonal as it dies, then we have a problem. Nope. And yeah, the electric shock disables the Atara powers for a period of time. 10 seconds. Might as well grab some of this while we still can. Okay. Took rather too much damage there, too. It is possible to drop below, but why would we? Because there's a platform down there. That's a continuation. Gonna stun these ones out of here. Seems like there is potentially something down here. Let me just check. Oh, maybe not. Just another way up. So we've been here. Seen all of that and looped back down. Yeah, standing way too close to some of this stuff. Also, we have no arrows, which might be a tremendous oversight here. I was trying to dodge diagonal there by swiping from the side. That was not really that wise. Yeah, just not a good position to be standing in. There we go. Straight under. Does work in its own way. And a burning mast here will preclude us from progressing further that way. So yeah, we've cleared the room. Let's see. Yeah, it's hard to see those diagonals actually, in terms of where they'll hit when you're in close proximity. Oh, that's something. there's something down below there too. Oh, we better grab the tree before we do anything else to. Just as insurance.
On a ship.
Pirates cut trees. Any trees to patch up their boats. They don't care what's whack-whack and what's not.
And yeah, Natcat. They are totally sirens. Singing their way to luring us onto the boat. Or into the water, at least. Okay, so we are going to check upwards first. There's like a big room there, but one that is slightly out of the way. Oh, some of these guys were not here previously. That's a big one. Seems impervious at the moment, but... Oh, these are actually platforms. But they are timed platforms that shock you if you're not careful, so you need to not jump into burning areas. And oh, didn't expect this guy. So yeah, again, the electric shocks do lock down your special powers, and so we can't just counter him. I think there is a badge that we have that prevents that, but we're not going to worry too much about it. Oh, bad timing. Oops. Where is that guy? A bit tricky. Fighting these ones here. Just need to watch where the lightning cast is going down, I guess. Trying to lock him down. That took entirely too long. Oh. That could have gone a lot more cleanly, but that's okay. Prophecy urn down here. We should find a passage to go there. It's will require a bit of platforming down below, I think. Off of the wall jump on that wall there, so. Wants to see. Wants to reconsider. Oh, she could have caught that. That would have been a way. Okay, let's go down here. Yeah, I guess this is the passageway up. Actually, yeah, that looks like it's the top. That boundary may not really be versatile beyond that point, so I think what we want to do is go Chakram from the jellyfish. Nope. Just trying to point down. No, that's okay, we can actually deflect like this. There we go. Better than I expected, in fact. Alright, counter this guy at least. And then we'll go down over to the prophecy. Oops. This way. Oh, missed. Big miss. I feel like we don't need to do that whole loop. We can just get one of the jellies and chakram our way up from here. Yeah, we didn't need to do any of that. Except... Nope, hang on. There we go. Yeah, we were doing everything the complicated way. As usual. But we're back. And we'll just dodge some of this. Also reminiscent of the whole jellyfish zone in Hollow Knight, now that I think about it. Now this lightning here is just going to be a pretty firm boundary. I don't think there's anything else to look at up here anyhow. And again, we're not too concerned about the environmental damage here, I think. Yeah, no, the lightning is just a hard boundary as expected. Let's continue. So, we know that there's some kind of door that's going to flip up on this side. Yes, some kind of switch we'll have to press for this gate here. That's fine. Oh. And yeah, fire we should treat like spikes in previous zones. And then here... Not really, just more frozen water. Still water. Oh, that was unfortunate. Wow, that was hugely damaging. Grasp of the dead. Walls down yet? Nope, we're missing somebody. Zombies of the sea. Surely we have them all at this point. Let's check. Oh, no, we could have hard countered that actually with my level 3 power, but I missed it. Whoops. And of course I totally whiffed it now. Okay, so let's open up this gate now that we have it. And we're at full power, so that's fine. Let's grab this. The lore can be a little bit hard to see sometimes, I think. Let's just single blink somewhere. That's probably the kind of thing we're missing in some of the other rooms too. In zones where we are just short of 100%. Comb of a princess. Very mysterious. Alright, let's continue. Nothing up here. Oh, come on. Whipping every shot. Oh, there we go. Learning to stand just a little more carefully against those. Okay, as long as we don't let those grasp us, we should be okay. Getting from below is generally fine there, as long as we're not off angle. Seems like there was something here, but I guess not. Okay, let's actually dodge that attack this time. Oh. That is quite the attack. Come on, can we combo it down here? Okay. Burned a few too many arrows there, but we'll take it. Whoops. Actually, is this traversable here? Yeah, there's a bit of a part of the wood that is in fact safe. Oh, there's the Xerxes medallion, and then we got it. That's safe. Good. Thought it looked rather suspicious. That it would be not on fire, it's specifically the spots that we needed. It's kind of funny between this and Hollow Knight and Metroid, how much jellyfish or similar creatures are just kind of a fixture of this genre. I mean, I guess there's only 3 examples, but 3 very prominent ones. Okay, let's go chakra up to... see what we can do up here. There's going to be a door to the right, but we should check top as well. Let's see what's here first, though. Looks like there'll be a tree nearby, which is good, but this will probably just continue over to the right side. So let's do the top segment here first, since it seems like the more optional challenge. Oops. Just cash, I guess. As usual, the game just ran out of meaningful rewards to give you. Okay, let's see what we can do down here. A lot of passages winding around the decks. And we'll go down to the tree, of course. Beginning to rethink the 3-point counter in the Aether Surge, but in general the 3-pointers for the special powers have been a little too situational, I think. We can go either way. Let's try top first, since that looks like the more elaborate path. You know, we should have just used a chakram for a lot of these to begin with. Easier to aim. Okay, what room is this? We'll find out. Whoops. A little bit too close there. Yeah, this looks like it's definitely some kind of optional tower, so we'll take it. Might be a Xerxes coin again. Oh. Yeah. As before, not being chipped by environmental damage is a pretty substantial boon in situations like this. There's got to be something on the top right there. Let's check it. Just cash. And let's see what this is. Map.
Hi, Sargon. Lend me your Eye of the Wanderer.
Okay, map revealed in this area, more or less. So there's an additional passage here, and then, yeah, just a sequence of corridors all the way over to this constellation here. Probably, I mean, we didn't get a boss fight for the last constellation, so I guess we don't know what this will be, but we'll find out. I don't think we're necessarily getting grappled in this area, but that's mainly because...
A sea frozen in time.
Well, yeah, we should actually remember to talk to her sometimes.
Can you feel that strange force?
No.
You can feel exactly the moment that time stopped.
Okay, so... Oops. Once again, we need to... hopefully not have controller stick issues. Let's... do that. There was this one stream I did of this game where I actually did have to switch to my Joy-Cons partway through, because there was too much of an issue. I feel like that's going to be a way down rather than up. Oops, needed to wrap around and we just missed. Yeah, we're veering a little too far to the left in spots. Should be dashing into the left. Hang on. Whoops. Need to read the artwork pretty carefully sometimes to see what's on fire and what's not. I mean, they're essentially spike equivalents here, the way they're being used. Xerxes coin. Let's think about how this is going to work. We need to land safely out of that, so it would just be straight down this passage here. As long as we get there. Oh, it's to the top wall above it. Okay, I see it. Where the approach is going to happen. No, it's going to be zip to the left and the double jump to the right to catch the wall up there. There we go. Missed. Missed completely. And then we just fall safely, and then there's the coin. Great. That's taken care of. Whoops. And then we'll continue. Yeah, I mean, at this point we can just downstroke all the way down. Look at that. How satisfying. Really just picking up arrows here at the tree. Yeah, I wonder if we should change the Azure Surge, though. The 3-point counter is not being as useful as I hoped it would be. Let's consider our options. Yeah, so we are missing something in the middle here as well in terms of additional powers. And can only be triggered from the ground. Yeah. Previously, we were just using the armor breaker. These have a lot of these 25 seconds cooldowns, specifically because you could recharge up to level 1 so quickly, or dump them repeatedly. Healing circle is definitely not going anywhere. So, the ranged attack might not be a bad idea. But, oh, you know what? I mean, you know, this is a counter to the unstoppable attack. We were previously using Soul of Gilgamesh here, but I found on the boss fight where we used it, we were whiffing every single attack, and so. But it does have a bit of that damage prevention that might be useful. That's okay. I guess we'll keep this. Might be good on the boss. For all we know. Let's continue to the next area. Getting pretty close. Something. Oops. Teleport point. That looks good. Unless. Oh, we just unfroze time. Okay, great. Now look at this shipwreck spectacularly coming to life. I wonder if it's just this area here. Nope, missed a counter. There we go. Very nice. This one too. Well, at this point, everybody's going to be seasick. I'm going to check the previous room. I'm really curious as to whether this unfreezes everything in a zone, or... Oh, it totally does, doesn't it? No, everything here is still mid-burning. But it does seem like we... respawned a couple of enemies. Yeah, very neat effect here to watch the ship come to life. Oh, I have to deal with both these now. Oh, okay, let's potion up just in case. I feel like we want to go ranged for that, or at least counter and juggle. And it's going to be port up. Once again, just cash. Not too much remaining here. Well, I mean, actually quite a bit. 5 treasures, really, we're missing that much. Could all be in an area close by, I guess. I mean, it is a treasure ship, potentially, and we might just pop some chests all in the same place. All we know. Oh, whoops. Can't just fall into the water like that. No, that is actually water. Not just something you can walk on easily. Yeah, just need to port away when it's trying to attack into you like that. We'll check the top there too. Nope, just spikes. And we've already defogged that whole area, so probably a whole lot of nothing. Yeah. Okay, next area. I'll still have a lot of treasures to account for. And I can just sink it in the water. The wall jump up this way? We can, but it doesn't really give you anything. Just kick them in the water and everything's fine. That looks like something up there. Treasure, there we go. So I guess we'll take this top passage. I mean, otherwise it was just jumping through here. So we took a bit of a shortcut. Great. Now, let's see what we can do here. Simplify the enemies just a little bit first. Just have to chase really closely sometimes before the lightning starts coming down. Okay, jellyfish down there, and then what do we have up here? Let's just take it out first from the side. Yeah, this is all positioning. It's these guys. Oop. Now this exits out the side. I think we had checked that previously. Just where we came in fact. And then, okay, we'll just sink her. That works too. Anything? Not really. One burning boat. And then, yeah, we'll just uncover the map as we go. Head into the next section. There's going to be a whole lot of aerial combat here. And a whole lot of incoming damage. Whoops. We should probably heal up pretty soon. In fact, let's just use Healing Circle and just maintain potions. Since we've got so much power that's at cap. Could have just waited it out as well, but no, we'll play with accident prevention in mind. Yeah, the knockback is the whole trick here. Okay, let's just catch this. And we are fine. Whoa, taking way too much damage here. Let's potion up. Also notable that we don't have powers currently, so can't just drop the healing circle whenever we want. Yeah, having to deal with multiples of these is actually kind of a problem. Because of the way they just zip around everywhere. Can't really track which one we're focusing down either because of all that teleporting. Whoa, okay, first death in a while. Long way from the last tree, too. That's okay. You know, it might help to have the anti-lightning amulet. Let's see. Just for this zone. We do have it, I think. Burn, frost, shock. Okay, that's just reducing the time, though. I'm not sure that we really need to use that, because the power lockout is not the issue right now. Not so much, anyway. Environmental damage. That's not what we need either. We just need to decrease the shock damage coming in, but no, well, I think we'll just keep this up. And be a lot better about taking out the casters. We need to zoop back there and then see what we can do. Yeah, I got back here pretty easily, in fact. Okay, everybody off the platform, as instructed. What if some of this shock effect does any friendly fire? I don't think it does. Couldn't quite tell though. I guess it would be the benefit of the badge that, or amulet rather, that gives you the HP meter display that let's see. That you could actually see which enemy you're focusing down if you have a situation with multiples in the field, like we saw. Okay, so this was the bit that got us into trouble earlier. Let's pull one at a time first before we pull too many. Okay, good. That was focused down relatively quickly. Yeah, dealing with two at once is just not going to go. Not going to go well, rather. Particularly when we've got the whole lightning shield on. Oh, treasure chest down below, too. Okay, now we're dealing with two again. Yeah, and the power lockdown actually is a bit of an issue. Oh, heal up, potion. Okay. We better... Whoa, that's a lot to deal with now. That's... not more than I bargained for. We better drop the healing circle, although... Again, we can't really stand in one place here. But it does keep me healed up, so... With those out of the way, the rest are easy. Now we better see about that treasure chest down below. It's just going to be an upcoming sequence down here, I think. There we go. More ingots for future weapon upgrades, probably after we're finished with this section of the main quest. Nope, missing the counters. A little too much here. There we go. Finally nailing some of those. Oh, missed. Okay, that's all sorted. We will, of course, check the upper section. Did we hit something? We did not. We'll just chop what we can, I guess. Then, where does this go? Over here. Because again, just cash for lack of anything more interesting. That's okay. It's not the reward that matters, it's the satisfaction of having reached that point. Very similar to the coin philosophy in a lot of recent 3D Mario, for instance. You just get into a lot of situations where the game just doesn't have enough rewards to give you, and that's alright. Have some coins. You reached this spot, you earned it. Yeah, we're pretty loaded with currency at this point, so. Okay, almost at the end of this room here, and then pretty close to the end of this passage. We will, of course, check upwards to see if there's anything. Doesn't look like it. Tree and teleport coming, so looks like we're pretty close to boss time. Yeah, it's definitely kind of strange that, again, this one up here seemed to be missing a boss, but I guess the boss there was the puzzle. Puzzle room was the thing that was interesting, but okay, almost there. Let's see what we're fighting. We're definitely fighting something. Oh, probably the fellow warrior that was luring us here. Okay, boss time. Certainly. So, knock knock, who's here? One of our fellow immortals. I'm sure we've been running into them everywhere. There's this guy. Yeah, we've been waiting to fight him the whole game.
A fight between two immortals, and no one to see it.
He's been teased since the very beginning. Yeah, I mean, we saw him kind of camping by the boat anyway on our way in, so we knew he was coming.
I, Orod, the Storm Master, challenge Sargon, the Betrayer. Show me the true spirit of the Rashomon.
Yeah, big guy. Absolute giant.
Betrayer.
Okay, just need to be careful with the shockwave on his way down, and then figure out where some of the counters are going to be. A lot of red attacks off of him, though. Okay, yeah.
Betrayer.
So when he stomps, we need to get out of the air. Whoops. Come on. Yeah, he's got his own chakra.
Betrayer.
Okay. How do we get out of the chakra? Well, we should dodge that. It's not a red attack. Or we should block it, rather. We need potion. We've had enough for healing circle, but let's wait until we have a clearer opportunity. I'm trying to look for the tell on his chakram attack. Oh, no, bad block. Took off too many bars. Yeah, we need to work on the timing for that, but it's clearly blockable. Nope.
Come on, betrayer!
So, phase 2? Phase 2. Okay.
Come on, give me everything you've got.
He's gonna try to whip us. Oop. Well, here's the Storm Master we were warned about. Oh yeah, no, that's a teleport thing that we need to do. Probably Chakram teleport to do that. Where's it going? There's a cutscene attack. Oh, nope. He caught us. That's gonna be a couple bars worse, I bet. That's... okay, not as bad as I thought it would be. Oh, that's as bad as we thought it would be. Game over? Yeah, game over. Okay, we just need to learn the dodging pattern. I mean, we burnt 2 potions in phase 1 that time. That was not great.
Give me a challenge.
Definitely we had been waiting for a fight that would require us to use the Chakram teleport in short notice, and I think this is certainly going to be a case where that is true. Nope, I'm trying to block that and the timing is just not working out for me at all. Potion, please? Yeah.
Come on, betrayer!
The bosses in this room are pretty great across the board. The only misgiving I might have about them is that they are all basically flat arenas. Every single one of them. Just fight inside a box. Luckily the movesets are interesting enough that it's usually not a problem, it's just that you don't get tested on the platforming side of it so much.
Come on, give me everything you've got.
Oh, okay. That was definitely an attack pattern we need to deal with. Yeah, maybe that's not dodgeable. Maybe it was a red attack. Yeah, no, you need to stall a lot better, I think. Maybe even use an arrow stall on that. Maybe that's the way. Because we're reacting on a short notice. Obviously, Chakram Teleport would give you a lot more distance, but... speaking of Chakram Teleport... no, I was trying to do it. Okay. Haven't been able to get a word in edgewise on this part of the fight. Yeah, you just need to learn all of his tells, that's all. And yeah, just kind of get under him for the Chakram throw, and then... if we had more attacks that we could actually parry. You know what? No. We just need to drop a teleport point in the middle. That's what we were doing for so many other fights, and it works. We could drop a teleport point in the center, then you just have it available at any time. Ooh, what a chop. And... yeah, we need to build up some power here. Oh, and then he got me. Yeah, because he does the follow-up. He does that twice. And that's totally going to knock off 4 bars or so. We know from experience. We have no potions anyway, so we're just dead. Yeah, that's going to be a 4-bar attack. Okay. That's okay, just need to learn the pattern. And not get hit too hard in the meantime. Chakram you can just outrange, it looks like.
Give me a challenge.
Whoops. Trying to interrupt him here, but we've just been stuffed. Yeah, getting behind him for Chakram works too, if you can do it, but this guy's got red attacks everywhere, I just don't have something I can parry. That looked blockable though. That swipe looks blockable. Yeah, he just has tons of red flash attacks. Yeah, Chakram is actually on red. No wonder we couldn't block it earlier. I didn't see that that does have the red flash. Whoa, we got caught that time. Yeah, we need potion, but 2 potions already and we're still in phase 1. That's okay, I mean, that's just a learning process. And every boss has had one. Okay, phase 2. So the spinning attack we need a better solution for.
Come on, give me everything you've got.
Let's leave it teleport here. Whoop. Just need to double jump over that, I think. So if he does the spin, arrow stall actually kind of works, except we need to land between the attacks so we can get a second jump. We should be doing the arrow stall though. Now I think we'll actually live if it's just 4 bars. It's not just 4 bars, it's a lot more than that in fact. But oh, we barely lived here. And that's why we do the central teleport. Except we're getting way too stuck here. Yeah, just a lot of dodging patterns having to learn all at once. Whoa, got caught on the side, and that's gonna be it. We need to be reading it. Tells a lot better here. And not burn so many potions in phase 1. Just need to find where to get an edgewise. Yeah, just need to get behind his back in general, I think. And figure out which attacks can be blocked because we're not currently using that. There we go. Got the slow time there. Beautiful. So we have to figure out what's blockable. We need to watch this a lot more carefully. Oh, that's not blockable. It's not a red attack though. Oh, that's a red attack. Okay, yeah. Never mind. So that's going to be a minimum 5 bars actually. Lose a 1.5 off of that, 3.5. Yeah, it's about 5 bars. Now we do have healing circle here. We can't really stay in place, so that's okay. We'll stay here for a moment. Yeah, so dash behind him for Chakram. And then we need to get out of range for that when he raises.
Fight me, Mashaba!
Okay, potion up. Okay. Let's drop the central teleport just in case we need it. That should be blockable. That one should be blockable, actually. We've just been maybe not paying enough attention to the opportunities that are not the red flashes. Okay, looks like we're down to 50%, so we're in for some additional phase here. Nope, got caught. Oh yeah, then this is going to take off enough to take us down completely, unfortunately. Yeah, we don't have a good solution to that pattern on short notice yet, basically. Oh, just barely survived. Okay, got out of that with this time. Yeah, we saw him raise both arms, and then that's the signal to get out of there. That's new for this phase. Ooh, that's very new. He's super powered now. No, again, we can stall with the arrow, maybe with one arrow, and then we need to get a second jump in there to not get caught the second time. Because that is just such a problem. Okay. We have no heals right now until we build a healing circle. Nope. That feels like it should have been blockable.
Come on, betrayer!
Yeah, we're just not getting enough blocks in terms of seeing what attacks are blockable. Like, have too many issues. Now, we've got him down quite a ways, but without a healing circle, I don't think we're going to be long for this world. We need to build up enough power for it. Oh, we're pretty close to healing circle. Good. Go. Nope. Thought I could block it. Let's just stall here for a moment. Stand. Okay, so this is going to be the tricky bit. Nope. Drop down too soon. There's a narrow window to drop. You need to do an arrow stall. There's a very, very narrow window to drop, and then you have to then jump back up pretty much immediately. So yeah, that's going to be death. Okay, it looks like that was the final phase, though. So we just need to catch that pattern so we don't get chopped down for 5 bars every time he does that. And we need to find out what else can be countered, and we need to read those tells a lot more accurately. Whoops, could get around them quickly enough. In general, we need to use more teleports, I think.
Come on, betrayer!
So we can get in position. No, we're taking way too much damage. Yeah, that swipe we really absolutely have to parry it, just to build up enough power to work with. Too much incoming. Oh, no, missed it. Yeah, boss rush in this game is going to be fun, just because, you know, there is a boss rush mode, we just haven't... Oh, we lost the teleport, unfortunately. Oh, that's too bad. Because it reset with the phase transition. Okay, we absolutely have the potion up before he does this attack. Whoops, I accidentally doubled the potion. Yeah, this attempt's not going well. I accidentally double tapped it. And we didn't even get to dodge, so... Yeah, we really have to figure out the pattern. Shotgun teleport in short notice would be able to do something with that, I think, but... Okay. Oh, got caught at the end there. And... this will take a few attempts to figure out.
Come on, betrayer!
Okay.
Give me a challenge!
Nope, once again, just didn't get
Come on, betrayer!
the right position there. We need to listen a bit more carefully to the audio cue tells as well, I think. There are a lot of positional tells. But, yeah, need to block that. Yeah, the jump up is the chakram. Oh, missed the block. That's clearly blockable. That's the thing you should do to get the slow time and everything, but... chopped in phase 1. That was very unfortunate.
Come on, betrayer!
Yeah, get behind him for a shotgun, which means we should pressure him close. But we really need to block that. Yeah, close in. And that. There we go. Finally, finally. Okay, we need to drop the teleport in the middle in advance in this phase.
Come Moment of truth!
because of this. And we'll need to drop another one there in a moment. Too much damage. We do have the healing circle available though. Okay, here's the tricky bit. Got it. That's the first time I dodged that cleanly. And actually, he's very vulnerable for a while if you manage to dodge it. Okay, I'm trying to block that because there's no red flash on it, and it didn't work out. Healing circle. We are at 4 potions. But we can't just sit there indefinitely, of course.
Moment of truth!
Okay. Yeah, he has a couple of clear windows of vulnerability. And then, yeah, when he raises... Oh, no, got caught. Once again, we're doing well enough that we can have healing circle. We just be careful here. Just drop it in case. We can't stall here forever, but... Okay, now we need to do the... stall. Yeah, it's all about the rhythm there. Because we have enough for basically double jump plus air dash plus 1 arrow. That's the timing that we get to block that completely. Let's have a potion now, since we're doing really well. I think this is a possible attempt by error measure. Oh, as long as we don't get caught by bigger stuff. Still have 2 potions left, though. More importantly, we know the dodging pattern now for the really deadly attack. Unfortunately, oh, wow, that was nearly dead.
Fight me, Rashomon!
We're really missing that After Surge power now, not that we could do it due to the lightning. Okay. Got our potion up. Again. Oh, nope. Got caught at the last minute. That totally could have burned him down here, too. Like, I mean, we're going to survive it, but... Had we dodged that, we would have taken him down right at that moment. And we could probably still take him down now. Close to it, anyway. There we go. That's going to kill him. QTE, and then that's probably a new power that you absorb off of him. Because usually those quick time events indicate that you get one of the remaining Astro powers, which it looks like it'll be the 3-pointer that was the missing one in the middle. And we'll see if we get a traversal power like the grapple, but I don't see much to use to grapple with in this area, so who knows.
The Bahamut of the Caspian Sea. Cross the Hell Bridge of Shinvat for a bet. Crushed Hercules. No one sang about it. But you gave me the most glorious fight. Did you kill Hassan?
What do you think?
Don't fight the current. Learn to sail in high winds, kid.
I'll miss you, brother.
Okay, good fight. I mean, really all about the dodging pattern on the big attack. Much more dodge-oriented and parry-oriented, so we had such a parry-heavy amulet build, and that was not the most suitable here, obviously, but let's absorb it, and see what we get. After Surge unlocked. Whirlwind attack, yeah. It's a group attack. Yeah, having attacks might be better than counters when it comes to the 3 powers, because we can use them a little more effectively on demand. I mean, level 3 in general is not something we've been building up very consistently, so... we'll consider it, but yeah, at long last we have finished the Athra Surge page. And we'll see if that gives us any traversal powers beyond this point, but we'll take a look. Also, we're still missing a bunch of treasures and a lore page. Too bad the lore pages are just flashing lights. They are a little bit difficult to perceive. But we'll see what we can get out of this area. I'm going to have one additional summit pedal. Is this giving me a set of 4? It is. And so we find ourselves at 10 bars now. And then we're going to pop the constellation over here. Yeah, so that accounts for one of the remaining treasures. So 2 remaining treasures we missed in this zone somehow, plus 1 lore page somewhere. I can't imagine where we missed things. Because I thought we were pretty thorough in the previous rooms, but we are going to finish the constellation quest. Celestial Altar, yeah, that's an easy place to reach. Return to the past. Back to the past like Samurai Jack. Okay. We'll get there eventually. Let's see what we can do here. That looks like it's going to get into main quest completion territory. I don't know that we want to do it today. Let's explore a bit and see which treasure chest we're missing in this zone. I feel like we should be able to complete it. Now, mind you, we are still missing the grapple power, and so maybe that's something connected to completing, arriving at that section when it comes to the Submerg feather that we'll get for that. And so, yeah, still missing 1 lore page and 2 treasures somehow. Maybe there's something above here. Nope. Oh, we'll have to keep our eyes peeled. I can't imagine what we failed to see here. I guess, yeah, the water's all moving now, so I guess that's maybe the change is that, you know, everything has burned out, the fire has completed its tear through the area, so possibly some new things have opened up that we couldn't reach before. And that would be worth checking, perhaps. I also totally didn't change my Athra power, which would have been useful here. Oh yeah, and we got shocked out of being able to use my level 3 counter. Okay, now we got a level 3 counter. It's pretty generous timing with doing that. Okay, great. Got the Metroid Hyper Beam going here. I should chop with the shotgun a bit more. I've been using the verb chop a lot with this game. I think it's just because of the tactility of the weapon set or something. Like I've said it unusually often. But I guess that's what we've been doing. Just slicing and dicing. Yeah, we need to not try to attack into them so much when they're shielded in lightning. I mean, the opportunities will exist, we just need to be more cautious about them. And see what else we've been missing, because yeah, there's a lot that was burning here previously, and now it's not. Who knows what we... Oh, here's the lore item. Yeah, you see, these things are so hard to see. I'm glad we completed that, because then we just have the 2 treasure chests to go somewhere here. Okay. Not that. Again, we haven't been looking at the lore pages carefully enough in some respects if they do contain clues to some of the more obtuse puzzles. The tic-tac-toe one just looks like an object hunt, though. I don't know if it's anything more interesting than that. Some of the puzzle solutions have been fun, though. For the set of the architect puzzles that we're halfway through. Just those 2 rooms we've encountered that clearly have those puzzle pages that we haven't made any headway on yet. The one in the pit with the double crush that we saw earlier today, and the one with the knots and crosses. Okay, we'll just take advantage of knockback here. Again, still missing 2 treasure chests somewhere, but we shall see now that everything is rocking the boat. Yeah, because previously some things may have been obstructed. Can't just walk across the sea now. Oh. Getting a little spicy here. And dicey. We better heal up. Whoa. I said that just as we got pinched. Yeah, you know, let's actually survive the sequence coming out of the boss. It's kind of important. 2 more treasure chests though, and we'll keep an eye out. I mean, some of these, if we're not checking these rooms, we can just bypass. We had checked a lot of this previously, so... we'll take some proper care in every succeeding room. Be pretty careful with not being able to land in water at this point. Okay, finally got some witch time going here. There we go, counter. Fine, we'll just go up the long way. So yeah, treasure chest we found over there on the left. much earlier. I feel like it's going to be in one of the later rooms that we previously couldn't traverse as much through the fire, but we'll look at that because I thought I'd scanned a lot of this pretty thoroughly. Standing directly under will work for those. Ah yes, this is where we got pinched. Yeah, the whole knockback combo works out pretty well for those. Wanna go up here? Not really. What about up here? No, nothing. And well, everything is kind of free flowing now. Whoop. Yeah, we'll definitely recheck some of these locations. Oh, missed the counter. And oh, got sniped again, huh? Didn't expect to get hit that hard there. This has been deadlier exit sequence than I would have supposed. I've been a bit incautious, so. Yeah, we'll just keep going. Did I check down here, actually? I think so. Yeah, we've looked down here before. That's just this chest. Nothing else to see. Anything down here? Nope, this is just another room to play in. There's zoning out to the enemy. Luckily, the lightning cast isn't going to do much here when we're in the boat because it's all exterior. Now that's interesting, that the environmental damage is, of course, just from the environment, and we don't need to worry about lightning if we're below decks, which I actually hadn't considered because, you know, you often think of video game enemies as having attacks that are just within their own vicinity all the time, but then looks like the lightning actually is just exterior lightning. Most of the time. As far as we can tell. Okay. Yeah, we don't care. Let's go. Okay, let's cut everything. Being a bit risky here, let's just actually get some health up. I don't really need to fight any of these, but it's satisfying to do it. The combat mechanics are superb, so might as well just take them out. Oops. Jumped right into the spikes. Okay, this we actually should take out, though. Just be. I'll probably scan this area. No, it's a bit hard to see how to dodge the zooming attack. Sometimes, because it just zip right into you sometimes. And you just need to jump over it, I think. That makes a certain amount of sense. Oh, and here's more lightning. This is where we got chopped out last time. It would be nice if we actually had some of our powers available here, but of course we just keep getting hit by lightning, and so everything's just imposing that 10-second cooldown every time we get shocked by any lightning damage whatsoever. See, why didn't we just block them to begin with when they did a zipping attack? Yeah, we've been underusing the parry today, actually. It's been a general problem. Well, now that everything is free floating again and in motion on the sea, let's see if there's anything newly accessible from areas that were previously on fire. Not so much here. Nope, nothing. We better hit the next tree before we do anything. Yeah, still 2 treasure chests to go somewhere here. We don't know where just yet, because I thought we had checked so many of these locations. Okay. Much saner way to do that, in fact. I guess we could check the tower again. I mean, I thought we were pretty comprehensive about it, but yeah, this is still frozen, as it kind of have to be. Oh, we have found everything here, though. I'd rather check the left side first, I think. It's still a pretty big zone. Yeah, we do take some damage if we just attack into them directly like that, so I'd be rather cautious about it. Chakram definitely seems like it's the way to go for jellies. It seems like we didn't really check everything down below. Could be something going on. Let's check over here. I don't think we can... Well, I guess this area is actually still frozen, so you could theoretically head into the water. Oh. Okay. Locked it down this way. Have we come up here? Yeah, because this is the way back out. I wonder why it was that we couldn't see treasure here previously. Let's check. Well, I might just be missing the last two. Let's check down here. Did I loop through this area? Must have. Yeah. I do remember this part from earlier. We just maybe didn't scan it comprehensively enough for anything like a treasure location, but nope, seems okay. Again, this game is not averse to just tucking in the last few collectibles on an invisible wall somewhere. No, we can't rule that out as a possibility. Fast travel? We don't do that around here. Let's keep on going. Yeah, still missing the two treasures. I mean, we didn't really scan this first area very carefully, I suppose. What? We did take a look at that whole section, though. Let's check the first area. Nothing that's jumpable up there. I think we were kind of eager to get through this area safely last time we were here, and there's a lot that I might not have checked. Whoa! Got caught there. Yeah, I just need to chase them sometimes before they get their beam. We did get the treasure that was in this area, I thought. It might mean that we didn't check whatever was down here. Or did we? Oh, it looks familiar. We did check all this. Whoops. Okay, let's all these out. Yeah, those always do a little bit of immediate damage. Maybe we didn't check everything we could up here. I think we did, though. It's hard to tell which spots I'm actually missing. If that's the case, it seems like we encountered quite a bit. I mean, we didn't retrace every room, but... yeah, sure, we'll deal with these. If we have to. I mean, we can just also leave. There's nothing else to see. Oh, whoops, just got bumped into that side over here. We had checked that too, though. So we will see. Just gonna check this a little more comprehensively here, in case we had missed something. This is back at Sunken Harbor, so yeah, we're just missing two treasures here. We probably should have retraced some of them, but We'll see, because I thought I checked everything quite carefully. These are big rooms, though, and I think sometimes revealing the camera as quickly as we did might have made us a bit complacent about having checked areas already. Because we did reveal 100% of the map. At least. Seems that way, so... we don't need to know about this anymore. We can just delete the memory and then forget about everything. Maybe we check this. I mean, this is back in the Sunken Harbor at this point, so... where we're also missing a lore page, just something shiny somewhere. It might also come as a part of a package deal with the remaining prophecy that we haven't located, for all we know. So, for example, if we check down here, that could be something. Maybe. No good way to click down here, though. We could check all of this. Yeah, this is still a mystery. Nothing we've seen has really revealed what to do there. We can try just dumping a crab on it or something. For all I know. But I feel like the thing that we were looking for was actually an anchor. Because there was a previous interaction somewhere in the world where the anchor was the thing that punched through that area. Where we'll find something like that. Well, I mean, ships are a natural place to look, but it's not clear that this one will have anything available. I'm trying to remember where the anchor drop even happened in the world when it did. So I feel like it must be the solution. Anyway, I guess we'll just retrace our way back. At this point, again, I really have no idea what I would be missing here in the zone in terms of treasure. I mean, we marked this for some reason. That was just a moon route to the flooded room, though. That's already been taken care of. I think. Nothing obvious presents itself. So yeah, that's the issue. It's just that, you know, the item sweep can be a little bit rough if you think it looks like you found everything. Well, anyway, I guess we'd better make it like this from here. We'll do that and we'll probably just take the game that far today at most, I would say. We can also see, having completed this phase of the quest, whether we have some new items or anything available in the shop. It looks like we may be able to, so... yeah, previously... I like the forest path better than the catacombs path, to be honest, if we're just taking one of them back. But... catacombs path, I guess, would allow you to try to search for that remaining secret. Let's do whatever is quicker. I mean, technically fast travel is quickest, but we don't do that again, so... oh yeah, you can't even do this anyway as a shortcut, so... So yeah, if we only had a way to grab the anchor or something equivalently punchy, that's going to get us through that area we recognize to be an opening. Is this where we want to go? Yeah, this is a different path than we took previously, because this is the one that loops through the spot we had opened. Landmines here. Oh right, you just need to occasionally use this. And I wonder. Built more of those invisible walls and like this one to our left. Formerly invisible wall. Now just open passage for us to play with. Oops. Missed the timing on this. Okay, let's just head on up. Oh, not really the best way to go, but will allow us to scan for anything we missed, I guess. So beneficial that way. There is so much to check, though. We eventually had to do the map sweep, so it's quite possible that we might not do it true 100% on stream or something, because there would be a lot of redundancy. But we'll try to get reasonably close. Oh, how about a level 3 Athra Surge? Let's actually switch it up. Group attack on that. Not that useful against single bosses, I guess. But that's okay. Anything here? No. And same idea. We just go around as we can. Yeah, as we get into endgame, it might be wise to relent on not using fast travel. Just because past a certain point, we're reasonably confident we're not going to find much along the way when it comes to certain passages. And all right. Up and... Actually, even just straight left here will be fine. That might be easiest. Yeah, there we go. Very satisfying to take these guys out as long as we don't miss every block. There we go. Much better. I guess we'll just jump across each other all day. So yeah, we'll check shops first. Because with a major quest completion, that could have changed, although... What? That's definitely overkill. Yeah, that was overkill. Solid for big group fight, lots of ads. Okay, having come back here, let's go shops and then we'll finish this part of the main quest. Let's see what's next. Oops. Well. Oh, yeah, it swings back and forth, okay. Let's maybe play that sensibly. Oh, this isn't even a room I need. Yeah, we do in fact have to head up, that we remember. Oh, missed it. Let's go down quite easily now. Okay, anything new? Would you tell me?
Welcome.
Nothing yet, but maybe after the next quest. I'm not going to bother the other shop now, too. So yeah, we know how to get there. We know how to get there easily. So we'll do that. And we'll see what the next objective is, the major objective, and then we'll finish up there. Yeah, kind of a fair amount of redundancy this session in terms of checking places I've been to before and not really progressing through them. I didn't get as much done with the new chakram as we thought, but at least we did progress through the main quest, and that's something we don't say a lot around here.
Onward.
Well, he's missing the fellow all of a sudden. will be near our destination. But yeah, I mean, we can go right, and then we don't have to do the whole diagonal lift thing. We can grab this tree. Yeah, that's what shortcuts are for. That's why we opened that up in the first place. Oops. You know what? I don't care. Let's just keep going. A little bit of gravity switching to come over here, but other than that, seems like it's a straightforward path back up. No, we need to drop the thing here. I'm just gonna remember. Oh, you know what? No, we can just wall jump the right side. Those don't cling by mistake. Is there something down here? Never know. Okay. Oops. Hang on. Getting a little impatient with this, perhaps. Nope. Too late. Can't remember which way. Yeah. There we go. Okay, let's finish this room here. I mean, we're pretty close to parts where we need to do so much grappling that I would not be surprised if we got the smirk feather for the grappler equivalent here rather than later. It does seem to make a certain amount of sense, just given where all of the alternate paths are placed in this zone. So, alright, constellations are down. Let's see what this is. Now that we've taken everything down and released the serpent, no doubt.
Sargon, listen to me.
Oh,
Hassan
we
is
went to the
coming
past.
with
Okay,
me.
yeah. That's right. I hope that's not a point of no return or something.
I'll deal with this.
Thank you, Varum. Varum?
I love how it actually returns to the costume that we were wearing at that point. That you see the Rogue Prince costume because that's what we had at the time. And that
Two of you.
it saves
Let me
that
guess.
skin and preserves my current
Found
skin.
some of those feathers. My visions were true after all.
Whatever your visions were, I doubt you saw this coming. Step aside, Hassan.
Just kind of needed to get a shot of
I'll
that just
deal
to
with this.
shut it off. Okay, I guess we'll fight him. And then maybe that's when we'll get the grapple.
Varum the White Lion is not worthy to be an immortal, even less a king.
But we're much stronger now, so...
Sargon, watch out!
Anahita, no! No, don't. I need you alive.
Who do you think you are? You are nothing without me. A stray dog is not worthy of these powers. The feathers of the Samorg were never meant for you. nor any mortal.
Okay, so things will be a little different this time,
Morg
perhaps.
is no more. Its powers are mine, and mine alone.
Okay, 2-on-1. How much better will we do this time? Pretty well, actually, given all the dodging that we're doing. Oh. So we're probably not supposed to be in that bubble. Whoop. Okay, that's more damage than I was expecting. Potion.
Bear witness.
Oh, no, shouldn't have double tapped it.
Eye of the storm.
Okay, 1-on-1. Into phase 2.
My turn. Stop.
Now, as long as we figure out what we can parry, we can do a little bit of self-heal. So he's going to rewind time. Okay. We need the potion. Okay. Count. Yeah, that's just dodging the grip. That's just dodging the balls, which we did not do. Whoa. Okay. Nope. Still not seeing good dodges here. Yeah, I mean, we're still learning the attack patterns. I've barely gotten to where the niche was here.
Bear witness.
Nope, got caught. Okay. We're pretty low on health though, so. We need to dodge this, and then drop healing pool, and then we're a little bit of a reprieve, maybe. No, not much of one. Oh, come on! Didn't get on the pool. Okay, phase 1. Yeah, I just need to learn what to dodge mostly. Yeah, it slows everything, but we can get around to spellcasting, then we can cut him a bit. Yeah, okay, so when he gets to the ground like that, we jump out of the second attack as to follow up. Phase 2. Yeah, he's got a triple attack there. That looks like it could have been parried, actually. Third flash here, that's a no-no. Oh, got zapped. Too bad. Oh, and if he zaps you, then the follow-up is going to catch us badly. So, yeah, that might be game over right there. Yeah, so we can't get caught in the lines at all. We were previously pretty good about dodging, but...
Bear witness.
Oh.
Stop!
The slow time is too bad. I mean, obviously we probably don't want to stand in it, but
My turn.
yeah, we should get out of phase 1 pretty quickly this time. We should actually just skip the cutscene next time, but it's okay. It's short. Sometimes we need to reorient ourselves a bit for the phase transition anyway, so... we better potion up here. Since you get about 7 out of 10 bars back on the healing pot now. I'm sure we'll get another upgrade following this fight.
Eye of the storm.
Okay. Again, we still haven't determined which attacks I can actually block. Okay. Reverse. Feels like I should be able to block that. I just need to get the ribbon down. Those are all red though.
Bear witness.
Okay, go around and then got them almost down to 50%.
Stop.
Nope, just missed a follow-up. Yeah, we still haven't really read that pattern correctly.
Be gone.
Okay. Lines, fine. Lines are not too bad as long as you're subtle about the jumps.
My turn.
Oh, got caught just slightly. Okay, actually dodged all 3 of those that time. That was unusually solid. Yeah, we do have the ability to afford the healing pool. I actually kind of want to save it for the 3-point damage attack, maybe. Oh, no, unfortunately. Okay, that was something I'm going to blame my analog stick for, actually. We're a little off the movement there. However, we're still alive. Healing clock. Ooh, that's a much bigger pattern than we had before. Okay, we're in a little bit of trouble. We better drop circle just in case, and we shouldn't sit on it for too long. No. Yeah, I should have used the remaining healing pot, actually. We still have 1 left. That was still the best attempt. Things fell apart a little bit at the end. We got caught that one time, unfortunately. Yeah, I still needed to do that dodging pattern a little more reliably, but... cleaner phase 1 than usual so far, but let's maybe not speak too soon. Yeah, so he goes dive on the ground and then it's sweep. And so we just need to watch. Oh, got caught. Okay, very clean phase 1, in fact. Yeah, that's alright. We'll just watch. I have to see Rogue Prince get knocked out every time. Yeah, I love that I preserved the skins. I mean, you know, in keeping with the time travel element. I don't know why, it reminds me of what the Xenoblade games with their cutscenes, actually, because Xenoblade 1 kind of did that with past cutscenes as well, where the game would actually retain all of the costumes that you were wearing at a given point in time for flashbacks and such, and it would all feel very dynamic. Especially if you had everybody in the swimsuits. Oh. Yeah, so it's a double dive, and then after that, it's the sweep in the bottom. Okay, that did not go too well. Oh.
My turn.
Okay, we got caught. Yeah, no, we're falling apart a little bit here. Still not at 50%. Okay.
Bear witness.
Okay, here we go. At least we didn't get cut too badly by that attack this time. This is the lines. There we go. Yeah, we just need to never get caught by that, and we're fine, because that's about 5 bars of damage. Easily dodgeable, but if you mess it up, you really kind of blow the whole fight, so... Okay, that was surprisingly available on short notice. Whoops, so... Yeah, we need to do more of the aerial stalls with the arrow from time to time. Ooh. Okay. Oh, no, got caught. Yeah, I needed to air stall that time, and I just couldn't find a good position for it. So unfortunately, that's going to do a lot of damage.
Bear witness.
Nope, again. I'm caught. And travel being what it is.
My turn.
Yeah, defensive positioning is really the whole game when it comes to a lot of these boss fights, especially if we haven't quite worked out what to block yet, which is been the problem here. Yeah, in this phase, so that's the dodging pattern that you need to work on for the spheres. Okay, good. Missed it that time. And that means that we actually... Oh, still had the healing circle up. Yeah, that wasn't the best double dodge that time. That's okay, got out of the circle. Okay, good. Oh. Good. Always need to look for the most spacious part. Now we are in no potions, so we be extra cautious here. And then ground. Yeah, no, I knew it was coming, but we just missed it. Ooh, yikes, okay. It's cutting it really close here, and unfortunately, didn't quite make it over the line. A couple of dodges that time could have gone a lot better. Okay, let's try to get a clean phase 1 again. Okay. Yeah, the further along the fight you are, the more stomps he does before he... Oh. Before he does the low sweep. And all of those are red flash attacks, unfortunately, so just not much of a parry opportunity that we can see. I haven't parried a single thing in this fight so far. That should be blockable, that's not a red attack. As is that. But yeah, we just need to watch this so we can actually get the witch time block and really get a good attacking opportunity. There are actually a lot of opportunities to stomp him from above. I found that that's actually been very effective in parts. It's funny because we're still in close quarters here, even with a bit of time travel he was trying. Oh, no, got caught. Yeah, no, I didn't see the bottom line. You have to be in the air for that. So, we'll need a potion out of this pretty soon, I think. For efficiency's sake, we'll try to hold off for another bar of damage and get a bit of that self replenishment. I'll put the self-heal amulet. No, we're gonna go potion. Okay, there's the low sweep. Again, he does 3 stumps when you get under 25% or so. Yeah, there just hasn't been an opportunity on a fight this dynamic to camp on the healing circles. That's been less effective than usual. We should, I think, definitely try to build up level 3 for the Bahamut attack, if we can. Doing better than usual on some of this, at least.
My turn.
Okay, oh, got caught in the corner. Good. Good dodge. Very necessary dodge.
Stop!
Let's get out. Yeah, because he tries to trap you and then cut you, so.
Bear witness.
Oh, cut again. Yeah, if you're not damaged for a while, the self-heal amulet really does kick in nicely. We will need a pop potion in just one moment. There we go. Jump. Okay. And another potion, to be honest. Nope. Oh, it's late. Or rather, too early. I got into the air too early, and I really needed to do the air stall. We still have one potion available, at least. And his percentage is low enough that I think we've got a reasonable chance of knocking him out this time.
Eye of the storm.
Okay, we actually got the parry that time, even though we were slowed down and didn't follow up. I'm gonna spend the last pot, just because I think I'd rather risk it at this point. We can build up to level 3 for Bahamut, and we're in great shape. We're pretty close to it.
Bear witness.
Yeah, we need to stand between the circles for that, I think. Just... Okay, good. You know what? Let's try to get the finisher. And we're gonna get him. While he's trying to slow us with the bubble. I mean, it's clearly not over. We've got the whole Tower of Silence, we've got the grapple, we've got Ashtaha to deal with, almost certainly.
My son, you will earn the Sea Morg's blessing. Then, as per tradition, I will reveal your regnal name. O mighty Sea Morg, protector of our people, I, Darius, have come to present to you my son. Should you deem him worthy, he shall one day become king.
The reign of the House of Darius is over.
Tomiris? What is this? Tomiris! No!
I think it's only at this point that he's probably revealed to be the alternate Prince of Persia from the other bloodline.
You are the rightful prince. I prefer to leave such meaningless titles to humans. I have left your world behind. The Simorg is no more. It is my sacred duty to recover its powers. For the one who wields them will be equal to a god.
You have completely lost your mind, Varum!
These powers are mine by right. This is far from over, Sargon.
Anahita. Why did she betray us?
I love how in the subtitles, your Sargon has become the
That
alternate
doesn't
Sargon.
matter anymore.
Nice touch.
She was tough on us. And yet, she gave her life. I know what you're thinking. What do you see at the end of your blade? I think I understand now.
Yeah, it's great. Very unique to our own playthrough to see both of these costumes in tandem. Fabric of Time, and that is the grapple. And then you can also pull a target, so that's, you know, get over here. And yeah, we know about that, the locks. Oh, I didn't know they could also work on objects that we had already been hanging on to. That makes sense. And that will also give you a shield grapple, which is nice. Which is kind of like what you can do with the Chozo soldier fights in Dread. Metroid Dread, I think. When they have the opening to do so. With the shield rip. It's good because we've been having issues dealing with shields from time to time. Yeah, it's kind of funny how, you know, because of the design of Princess Sun being so similar to some of the classic princes of Persia, that it's well set up for the subversion of discovering Varum's position and all this, but...
Hassan, I have something to tell you and I need you to believe me.
But we'll see.
Sargon, you are the only one I trust right now.
Tamiris, your mother, murdered King Darius. She usurped the throne. The Simorg never perched on her shoulder. Hassan, I'm sorry.
Don't be. I never found she wore her title well. Nor was she motherly. The people suffered for 30 years, without the Simorg, because of her. I am sorry about your mentor, Anahita.
She told me she was following orders from Tamiris.
Then Anahita was manipulated into doing her bidding? Just as I was pressured to maintain faith. Why even have me kidnapped?
There's one more thing.
I'm listening.
Varum is the son of King Darius.
Is that why he tried to kill me? For revenge?
All I know is that all of this has allowed us to see Varum's true colors. Varum may be the rightful heir, but he's far too dangerous. We must stop him.
You're right. We must protect the people more than anything else. I can help you with what I've learned through scriptures and legends. Varum spoke of recovering powers. That means he's after the heart of the Simorg. It's at the Simorg Gate. But to gain access, you'll need the Key of Kings in the Tower of Silence.
So yeah, pretty clear sequence at this point, because we knew that that was gated behind the grapple, and we found a gate already, so... I think we have a good idea of what to do.
Then I must retrieve it. Hassan, you're helping me more than you know.
Godspeed, my friend.
Okay, so we have the grapple, and it's going to give us a lot to play with. And look at everything light up over here. Including an additional combat challenge that is almost certainly for grapple combos. And like, a lot has opened up in a shop. We are definitely going to make our way down there, I think, and we'll do a bit of shopping and then probably log off from that point. But we should open up these gates over here first, since we can do it. And then other grapple points all over the place will follow next time. So. Okay. Anything else we can talk about? Not really. Yeah, let's go right so we can just crack some of the gates. Yeah. And there we go. So now we can climb. Very natural. Yeah, so that doesn't pull, it actually just launches you. And then you can actually follow this in sequence with multiple grapples as much as you want, I think. So you can just do pure aerial combat if you want. I feel like that's potentially quite exploitable for reaching all kinds of locations, but I guess it doesn't matter too much at this point. First of all, we can take this off now. And this one as well. And yeah, obviously this will be the continuation. No, I guess maybe we can check that top corner if we really want. Just given that, you know, otherwise we'd just be going back there for the grapple and nothing else. Let's do it. And keep adding on to the things I want to do before we log off for the day, but it's perfectly fine. And then, yeah, it's nice range on the grapple to counter some of the archers. We need to actually parry some of this stuff, though. There we go. Oh. Okay, we're taking a little too much damage here, though. Let's... not so sloppy, especially because I actually haven't fueled up my potions at a tree yet. You can grab onto quite a few things, in fact. And just chain the grapple over and over again to knock those guys out. Very satisfying, in fact. And I say that as we lose out on a bunch of things that we could have grappled onto. Oh, well, it's okay. There's quite a bit of damage over time on these sniper shots. Hang on. Let's just take him out from behind this way, and there we go. Anything to grab onto over there? Not really. So let's grab whatever that was in the top corner that we saw earlier today. I have to wrap all the way around. That's okay. And we'll definitely do some upgrade shopping with all this cash we've been amassing before we get to the end. The end of this session, rather. Yeah, still a lot of collectibles to hunt for that we've missed along the way with some of the other zones. Oh, yeah, we found the entrance and there's going to be a cutscene to say so.
When King Darius moved on from the mortal realm, so did all the warmth from the kingdom.
Well, you can tell me that now, I guess.
And he served his people.
Varum. He had the strength and resolve to keep a secret for 30 years.
Perhaps he is not living but surviving in grief and silence. In the Tower of Silence, find the Key of Kings. Only that can get you closer to Varum.
Yeah, we'll get there. For the moment, though, we have optional business to attend to. And yeah, we've seen this bit before. Oh yes, that's right, we do need to gem to do that whole sequence. we can do this room. It's a separate room, so that tells me there's probably some more platforming involved. Where? Oh, there we go.
I believe I've met you before.
You must have me confused with someone else.
But it was you. That spark in your eye.
We seem to have bitten off more than we can chew here.
Expecting me?
Anyone
Thought
passing
we just dropped by for a quick collectible, but you know what? Let's do this.
A perfect place to issue a challenge. Don't you
Looks
think?
like it's just platforming.
I'll release 3 magical bells. You see, it takes patience, awareness of patterns, and ingenuity. Maybe.
I survived Mount Carth.
Impressive. Well, are you skilled enough?
Let's find out. The Impossible Climb. It's a separate quest.
X, indeed. Red.
Oh, it's not on a timer or anything. I mean, how bad could it be, right? Oh, nope. It's okay. Well, we just need to go up and up and up, so... just need a little bit of patience to reposition ourselves from one end to another. And again, we can sustain ourselves for quite a while when it comes to grapples. Nope. Hang on. Positioning was a little bit off there, but that's actually not too bad. We should make use of the warp from time to time, though. As long as we have a good sense of whether we've already expended the double jump or air dash. Oh, missed it. That's okay. If we can fall back towards the grapple point safely, if we have a good visual memory for that. That's not too bad. More promising opening on the right side, to be honest. Oh, we missed it. Okay, let's keep going, and then... oh yes, the grapple points on this chain. There's an upper part here too. Xerxes coin. I mean, we'd have to fall safely all the way to the bottom to keep it. Oh no, it's one of the bells actually. I need to collect 3. And then land safely. Oh, nope, that was a bad jump there. Well, at least we know the position of one of them. We just need to dance around some of the other ones. And... oops, we do need to use the grapple to our advantage. No wonder it's gated behind that. Yeah, grapple can rescue you quite a bit in occasions like that. Oh, that was a nice skip over there. We should actually use the warp when it goes up. Yeah, there we go. And that can lift you up quite a bit from this point. Okay. We don't see where the continuation is from here, though. Okay, we see it. Need to be patient about the grapple points as to become available. I think we'll just let that come down and rip the upper one. Again, we'll do something similar here. So here's the next one. We'll grab it as it's coming down. Seems like there's a topmost one, so we've been missing something on the left side, presumably. So let's just fall in. Here's the third. Pretty easy to see, in fact. We should select a warp point so we can come back and catch it. So certainly we need to land safely, though. Okay. There we go.
Told
Hold
you I
on.
was skilled.
Not too bad.
So you did. And a great demonstration at that.
Just needed to follow carefully by watching the chains for where the landing points were likely to be. Good thing we had to grapple at the end, though. I was definitely way on target.
You've earned a sense of accomplishment. And then some.
The sense of accomplishment is what we were after, so. More of the ingots for weapon upgrades, that's important. And a little bit of lore about the Doctor, and then this is going to give you a bit of background about Princess Anna as well, who is going to be the third, and is going to be somewhat perplexing, it seems. So, bit of a mysterious swap or baby manipulation happening here. True origin of the baby holds the key to this enigma. Yeah, we knew she's up to something, and of course, because it was gated behind a grapple, you know at this point that it's able to reveal that Damaris is up to no good. But, okay, let's get out of here. Yeah, what a long reach on a grapple. That's really quite generous and easy to aim, too. Okay, like I said, we're going to go back to the haven for the shops. So let's do that. The long way, as usual. In case the grapple gets us anything interesting along the route. So, yeah, just straight down. Which side? Left side or right side? Left side will be a little bit smoother, I think. Fewer failure points to deal with carelessly. Oh, nearly ran into a spike there. And left and out. Still missing a fair bit in this area, but oh yes, let's take this off. So we know it's been accomplished, but that's because the upper city continues this way, and so day zone to night zone. Rural corridors seem to count as part of the same zone as well, judging by how the map is designed. Hence why we're still missing a couple of treasures and coins, and certainly several lore pages, which are so hard to see sometimes. And you just need to look for a little sparkle on the ground. So priority will probably just be weapon damage upgrades and potion efficiency, of course, given that we are only really completing 7 out of 10 bars on the heals at this point. But we have enough cash to work with from what we've banked up, I think, that we can probably get the higher tier upgrades across the board, depending on how much they cost in terms of the ingots, which are like mostly the roadblock for the weapon upgrades. So did we get the right place? Yeah, we did. Okay, let's go shopping. And let's just scout out some of the prices first. Both here and at weapon shop. So much free routes. Instant travel from one whack whack tree to another. And oh, I see, instead of using the warp points. Yeah, we should get that, even though I haven't really been using it. It's very good for the endgame sweep, though, potentially. Much, much better than just being limited to the teleport points. And it does only cost 200. We should just get it. Yeah, not that we're using fast travel at all, but... but that's effective enough that we may change our mind about that.
Welcome.
Okay, what's new? Okay, so we can afford one of these when it comes to the +4 upgrades. We should obviously go for the sword. We've been using it much more heavily. Nothing else new here other than the weapon upgrades, but it looks like these are just remaining ingots, so we'll take that and we'll take the quiver bonus as well. Yeah, our sword is slightly underpowered because of the healing gear that we have on, so kind of important to get that. Looks like it'll probably be the last upgrade, given how close we are to the ending. And so having the bow damage increase later will be a nice bonus. Wonder how much grapple training there is up here.
Good to see you.
Yeah, because boss trials we obviously have opened up quite a bit at this point. We haven't looked at this page since. Yeah, it looks like the sort of intended order, or at least predicted main order, is Orod Elias. We did the other way. And we know that because we picked up the third of the tier 3 powers before the second one. But then this is the order, and of course Rajan is stuffed at the end just because of the DLC placement. So it's kind of interesting because we took so long to get to Kiana and Ashtaha that it's weird to think of them as second and third boss, because we did Rajan first and we did so much other content before we got to any of that. But oh, and there's a no-hit challenge for all of those, which seems to be something that we will have to deal with at some point. Anyway, challenges... Fabric of the World, and oh, there's still going to be one left. Fabric of the World is to grapple. Let's just try it. Just to get our business done here.
Artaban,
Learn some
my
grapple
sash.
combos.
I can control it.
Another gift from the Simorg?
It's a long story. More like it's imbued with Athra.
Okay. And then, yeah, so you can just grapple in close.
What a superb display of skill.
Anything more advanced?
I can do something else, too. Watch closely.
Okay. Oh, with the uppercut, yeah. Oh, and then, no, you have to do the upward swing. Okay. No, hang on. Too much of a cooldown here. Let's reset this. Or just go from this side. Yeah. Oh, you have to hold, okay. Ah, you have to hold to pull back. Okay, I see. Yeah, instead of pulling myself towards it. That's why. Didn't read the instructions. Yeah, because then you can kind of continue the aerial combo that way. Okay, that makes sense. And then chop it like that. Good. Let's do it from the left. Oh, missed. No, hang on. Let's pull back first of all. Oh, whoops. Bad jump there. There we go.
Impressive. But such power cannot be imbued in an item in a single lifetime.
Somehow, I feel like I've lived many lives in Mount Kaf.
Okay, very nice. Yeah, I hadn't used to hold to pull at all.
Nothing left to teach you at this
Very interesting contextual difference between tugging yourself towards an enemy and tugging the enemy towards you.
I have an ancient scroll that was passed down to me by my mentor, Sargon. I think you should have it.
The Path of a Hero. Oh, okay. The exercise regimen for Hercules. 1,000 sit-ups while singing Greek tragedies. Possibly about himself. 6 times a week for 5 years, only 1 day off. And yeah, you do have to get through a pretty heavy diet, I think, to really work on this. Especially with this, 500 squats carrying Pegasus on your shoulders. I mean, you know, Hercules can do that with practice.
Sargon, I
The
think
guy
you're
works out.
ready for your very last lesson. Just join me whenever you'd like.
So what is this? Defeat Artaban. Oh, we get an optional boss. Should we do it now? You know what? Let's try it.
Who's better now? The student or the master?
50 Shades of Athra. Okay, so I don't know how long we'll push on this today. I'm just kind of curious. This is meant to be a challenge fight, so. And of course, it is meant to be gated behind this.
Nice try.
Oh, wow. This level of power. So we might not push on this today. We might maybe begin the next room with this and really work on it. Having already done 2 bosses today. Wow, he kind of gets through quickly.
Don't go easy on me.
Not gonna go.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we kind of need to reposition in the center for that. Okay.
Back on your feet.
Actually, no, we do need to drop this off. This does a lot of damage here. Yeah, if he sweeps up, we need to just get out of the way.
No, you've got more in you.
And if he blocks, we need to not.
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay, just need to dodge out of that. We can probably parry some of this stuff, it's just not red attacks. There we go. He's kind of outside of the time bubble, but let's get potions up. And yeah, he's going to try to block. We should just actually parry, and then we can build up some power. Actually, a lot of this is blockable.
Afra unleashed. Back on your feet.
Good. And we should do that for the self-heal as well as the Athra power. Oh, a little late on that. Good, good. And the slowdown is going to get us places. It's a very, very blockable attacker, actually.
Get ready.
Oh, maybe not in this phase, though. What's his super attack that we have to do something with? Oh, that's an interesting phase, too. Bubbles everywhere. So if you touch the bubble, I guess maybe he just punches you in the butt. Okay. He just spanks you, literally spanks you. Oh, and then now he goes red. Okay, so we can't just dodge that. Or block that, rather. Oh, and you're done. Yeah, as long as you block well, phase 1 shouldn't be too bad.
Don't go easy on me.
Because a lot can be countered here. But the timing needs work. Can't just spam it. It needs to be very deliberate defense. Wow, what a chop. That was not great. Yeah, we can't attack into the block either. And we need to remember to leave a warp in the middle. Warping with a chakram is something you can do there too. That's actually what the chakram slow is potentially very useful for. Oh, missed block. Nope, missed.
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, when he's above like that, we don't get a good angle for blocking.
I'm only getting better.
No. Need to keep track of where I am. Nope, too early. No, when he's above like that, we need to get out of the way so he can actually get me a blockable angle. Nope, bad timing. So yeah, we're still learning them to phase 1 timings, really, not really getting much damage into him.
I know you've got more in you.
We've seen the transition to phase 2 at least. But yeah, he's... No, much too fast for me. Yeah, just a few more attempts. I don't think we'll grind him out today, but I could be wrong. There we go. You see? With a nice shallow angle.
You've come a long way.
He's blockable.
Nice try.
What happened to my double jump?
Harness the thing.
Nope, missed. Huh, how did I miss? Yeah, just timing issue on my part. We need to anticipate the blocks better. Just huge damage output on him. He's probably more manageable in the long run than a lot of the other bosses, but in terms of the pattern, just because we actually have parries that are available, which is not the case for some of the more recent bosses we've been fighting. Oh, that was an unfortunate fallout there. Yeah, unfortunately, once your rhythm is kind of off on the blocks, it's very difficult to get back on. Let's just go healing circle here, and we're going to stay still for a moment. Oh, whoops. Missed my block. Missed my block again. But yeah, blocking well enough to build up the healing circle is going to be key here, I think. Just look at that, we're kind of on power 1 already. And
brace yourself.
I'm getting phase 2. So phase 2 to dive is going to be unlockable. Oh. So we're supposed to block some of that so he doesn't spank you. The spank is an instant kill. Or it's an instant 0, like a 10 bars off.
So. Focus.
So you just need to not get spanked. His damage output is just ridiculous, but... yeah, he just does such a huge hit. So yeah, we don't know how to dodge the spank yet. That's kind of a big problem. It's going to take a little bit of trial and error, I think, before we really figure that out. And yeah, we can't try to block into that because blocking into a dodge-only attack just does increased damage. We definitely need to leave the shade early. Okay.
I know you've got more in
Kind of
you.
improving on us.
I know you've got more in you. Harness the flame.
Oh, bad timing.
Harness the flame.
Yeah, giving him plenty of distance to work with there. So I can time to dodge, that's important. Now we have healing circle available if necessary. Oop. Not great, but good. Yeah, we can anticipate that one by quite a bit and still live to tell the tale. Let's go healing circle just to conserve potions for a bit.
You're improving your style. False.
Okay. Nope, missed the block. Yeah, again, it's okay to go early on that block.
I know you've got more in you.
Better early than late in that one. Yeah, he charges up quite a bit when he gets to block down successfully. Ooh, I hadn't seen that before. The red spin attack in phase 1. Okay, come on. And then, yeah, we can kind of build a healing circle quickly.
Felt that, didn't you? Nice try. You're improving your style.
Okay. Kind of going very, very defensive here. And let's just stand back. He's so far out that we can just stand on the healing circle for a while. Good. And build up power. We're doing alright, but we need to dodge the spank. How do we dodge the spank? We just need to not let him behind us, maybe. No after power available in this one. Okay, it's purely a dodge timing thing where when he dives.
Ah, now we're talking. I don't think so. Athra unleashed.
Oh, forgot to drop the warp. Yeah, I think it's purely just a side dodge timing when it comes to the orbs that transform into him, where if he catches you, he gets to spank, but if you side dodge at the right time, then he shouldn't, by the looks of it. I think we're going to grind this out next time. I would love to stay on it and really kind of finish with another boss today, but I already thought I had finished with a boss today, so. Because I'd like to really work on this properly. And so, yeah, I think we will actually begin the next stream then with the Artaban fight, if we can remember. That seems to be the ideal way to go about it. And then we can maybe think about whether we want to change anything about the configuration, but I think playing so defensively in a phase 1 is actually the right approach. We were quite safe, we were at full bar and 4 potions and had plenty of ways to get back to that. But we might want to rethink a few other things about how we've set that up, so let's just save. And yeah, we have fast travel that's available now anywhere we like, but we don't care so much at the moment. Maybe we will start using fast travel at this point just because we are late game and because the points have opened up so dramatically. But I think At this juncture, we will sort of rest up to take on Artaban at the beginning of the next session. And regardless, we finished a pretty big chunk of the main quest today. And why is there still something new? And oh, okay, no, that's just the tutorial marker. And I wonder why the mage is still marked as exclamation. Well, you never know. The UI in this game can be a bit touchy sometimes. So yeah, pretty big chunk completed today. Lots of places where, despite combing them thoroughly, we still didn't see every treasure. So I don't know how viable 100% will be in the long run. It might have to be something we finish off stream, just given that we need to go through so much with a fine-tooth comb, it seems like. And of course there are the secrets that are still unsolved despite taking a second look at them. One of them, I think it's just a matter of finding the plank. Maybe even moving one of these planks for all we know. Like the X one that's dangling off the side, maybe that needed to be shifted or something. No, I think it is just going to be finding an X plank somewhere and slotting in the bottom. Or even moving that one. Or finding out if any of these are movable. I don't know. I feel like we have to slot something in there. And of course the other one is just totally inscrutable to me, this one here. I don't have a sense of what to do. It looks like there's a pedestal in the center where you're supposed to place something that can subsequently get squished. But it's unclear what that something should be. And I don't see a great deal in terms of environmental clues. Maybe the statues are relevant, maybe the light shining up from the top is relevant. We really don't have any idea for this one yet. So mysteries remain. This new boss that came out of nowhere certainly remains. I mean, I guess it kind of completes the set of dealing with all of the immortals in good time, especially when you account for Rajan in the DLC. And yeah, constellations are all done. We did pretty well for ourselves here. I think it's pretty clear what the finale sequence is going to be like at this point. It's going to be Tower of Silence and Royal Corridors. And when we want to do that, we can finish up pretty soon, I think, but I would say that Artaban has to come first, and who knows what's going on with this room. Absolutely no idea. Well, that'll be all for today, so thank you so much for joining me. And until we continue Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, have a great time ahead of you with everything, and as always, fare thee well.